we have 7 out of the 10 ships unlocked. We just unlocked this one, the Federation Cruiser Type A. Very similar to the ship you start with, this one, except you don't get a missile launcher at the beginning. You just get this burst laser. And you instead get this artillery beam, which is not a regular weapon, it's an entire separate system. Powers a slow, high-powered beam that pierces all shields and does 1 damage per room hit. More power means faster cooldown. So that sounds really powerful. A beam that pierces all shields. But it takes 50 seconds to fire, which is quite a long time. The burst laser charges in 12 seconds, so that's basically 4 volleys of weapons from both you and the enemy ship before you even get 1 shot off with this. It does have one other advantage, which is that it starts with 4 crew instead of only 3. And also the 4 crew are different races. The Kestrel just starts with humans. As the description says, humans are common and uninteresting. And what that means is there are no blue options associated with having a human on board. Blue options are usually good. Whereas there are blue options associated with having NGs, or mantises, or rocks, or slugs, or any of the other human. I assume there's Lanius ones, but I've never had Lanius on board. So by starting with different crew races, you sort of get more blue options from the beginning. Still has Burst Laser 2, which is pretty much the best weapon in the game. Master of Patience. Use only the artillery beam to destroy an enemy ship while taking no hull damage. If we find a ship that can't pierce our shields with its weapons, we could try and get this. I apologise in advance for how long it would take. While using the Federation Cruiser, use your crew in 4 special blue event choices by Sector 5. Yes, so I was just saying you get extra event choices. Get to Sector 5 without upgrading your weapons system. Possibly doable. This can still pierce a decent number of shields. I think on easy, most ships before Sector 5 only have 2 shield bubbles, so you could do some damage with this. I feel like that's possible. And yeah, that when it says don't upgrade weapons system, you could presumably still upgrade your artillery beam, because that's not the weapons system. This is the weapons system. This is a different thing. But the important thing is going to be winning a run with this ship, because if we do so, we unlock the Zoltan Cruiser. It has saved me a few times, says Harry, referring to the artillery beam. Yes, so I'm going to go right ahead and name this mantis Nit. I'm not sure what alien race is most appropriate for the Doctor. I mean, they aren't human, but they look human most of the time. But let's see what happens when we try and enter this name into here. Okay, it's not letting me copy and paste, unfortunately, which was my idea how to do it. Yeah, it's not letting me enter. It's not letting me enter Unicode characters that aren't on a standard ASCII keyboard. So it's going to have to be this, I guess. This is the closest I can get. So there we go. And I feel like we should probably have a Harry of some sort on board. Although Actually, yeah, thinking about it, let's make the NG a doctor, because that saves us from having to explain how the Harry dynasty sort of jumped species. Harry G. This is going to be the 8th, isn't it? Harry G. the 8th will be. Are they still pilot? Oh, okay. For some reason, this ship is piloted from the back. So all these times that Harry has complained he's up front with no one else protecting, this ship has the weapons at the front, and the pilot is sort of sitting in the middle where they can't see anything, and we have shields in the middle. So we have Harry piloting. Nit is currently on engines. I'm thinking we should probably move Nit to shields, because that's more central in the ship for purpose of fighting borders. DEEX squared, DE cubed X squared. Which, yeah, is not quite what it's. This should be a sigma, not an E. This guy we'll put on engines, and then we have Monsvik. Actually, maybe Monsvik should be here. I'm just thinking, you want your rock crewmate to not have to move around very much. Could be a raised bridge like a battleship. Yes, that's true actually. I suppose if you look at the full art of the ship, it's sort of, this bit is higher up. That is a very good point. Inside the armoured command deck. Yes, exactly. LT Bago says, I blew my games budget for the month. FTL, Snail Sim DLC, both Subnautica's Peak, and what took most of the money, the Super Deluxe edition of Borderlands 4. Yes, I was just thinking Snail Sim DLC is probably not a huge part of that. Well, do have fun with the other games in that list, all of which I believe are very good games, even if I've not played them myself. So, if anybody has a name to suggest for our remaining crew member, feel free to redeem some channel points for it. Otherwise, I will pick somebody. And I don't think we've had a crew member called Liara yet, so maybe I will pick. And yes, sorry for making you a big lumbering slow-moving alien. But they don't have space penguins in this game, I'm afraid. Naturally, if they had penguins, you would be a penguin. Hello, Alhuno. Good to see you. Bestest Alhuno. Right, what are we going to call the ship? The Osprey is a nice name, but I'm sure we can think of something better. How many characters do you get for this? Oh, quite a lot. I'm just wondering if we're going to be buying a missile launcher again, or if we're just going to be selling off 58 missiles at the end of the run again. Yes. Emma doesn't have any good names. We'll call this one the Osprey. But if we do another run with this ship, we'll have to think of a better name. There we go. LT Bagger says Borderlands 4 isn't out till next month. While I'm usually in House Biscuit and we do not pre-order, it's out before next payday, and I have no doubt I'm going to play it to death. Yes, agree with you on pre-ordering, Tibago. To be honest, the sort of games I play tend to be sort of indie games that spend 5 years in early access, and so there's no pre-ordering really anyway. But I agree, for games that have pre-orders. But I mean, I feel like Borderlands has established itself as a decent series by now. Anyway, the data we carry is vital to remaining Federation fleet. Tip: oxygen. If a ship's room colour changes to red, it means you're losing oxygen. This is usually a bad thing. Good to see that they do start us with 1 extra point of reactor power, which allows us to power the artillery beam. And this is it charging here, just to give you an idea of how slowly it charges. Now I did say we were going to put NIT on shields. Probably put Liari on engines, and the Doctor on weapons, just because they might have to run around the ship a bit more if things are damaged, and it's best to have the crew member that's running around be a fast one, not a slow one. So let's save those positions. Of course, we've got Harry on the piloting. That's a canonical part of our FDL runs now. Ooh, El Tobago has a name for the ship. Can I rename it yet?
Heart of Gold.
Okay, alright. Great. That's actually a really good name, so I'm going to start a new run. It's fine. All I have to do is type the crew names in again. Yeah, I wish you could rename the ship after you started, because you can rename crew members. Right, that ship. Yeah, let's call it Heart of Gold. That's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If anyone didn't get it. Ship which has an infinite improbability drive. Something that, as far as I'm aware, is not available in this game. Since we're putting Liari in charge of the engine, it'd be best placed to tell us. Wait, I was going to name you that. And you, Harry G. the 8th. Right, there we go. Oh, we started in Nebula now. Great. Just where we wanted to be. You there, you there, you there. You power everything. Save crew positions. And, yeah, so the artillery beam doesn't need... it doesn't benefit from a crew member. These weapons charge faster if there's somebody in the weapons room. 10% faster charge on the weapons. Manned 10% faster charge. This doesn't. Something that would very much benefit from 10% faster charge. You can't do that by putting a crew member in here. It doesn't have the little head icon on it. Yes, Harry was the human. Thank you for confirming that Harry is a human. Okay, let's get going. Yeah, we have sort of started in a nebula now. Hello, Best Cassie. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Alpine Bistort as your flower of the day. You are just in time to catch us at the start of our run here. We will stick to nebulas where possible because that means the rebel fleet pursues us more slowly. Oh great, intruders on board. We did get some scrap from the remains of damaged ships. But we also have a boarding party to deal with. And hello, Hurricane! Thank you for redeeming Water Chickweed as your flower of the day. It is good to see you as well. I hope you had a good week. Right, who's on board and where? Okay, they must be over here because I can see the doors moving. So let's get everyone in there. Well, let's hang on. Let's get the Mantis and the Rock because they're our best fighters. Oh, never mind. We're fighting in here apparently. Ah, right. That's 4 people. I guess we're going to need everyone. We're probably going to need our med bay as well, so let's get that powered up. Alhuno said it didn't trigger a notification. The flower, it did trigger a notification, at least the flower did. It's a very small notification, it just shows up. Let me just replay it. All it does is this. So you just get a little flower in the bottom left corner of the screen. Check your emails, says Alhuno. Emails? What did you do? Did you resubscribe? Alhuno? If so, thank you, but I didn't get a notification. I don't think I have Twitch emails set up. I don't have Twitch set up to email me for pretty much anything other than my payout. Oh, you donated. Well, thank you so much, Alhuno. That's incredibly generous of you. Donations are supposed to generate a... There is a donation link in the bio. That is supposed to generate a notification. I'm terribly sorry, Alhuno, that didn't come through. I honestly, I don't know. Nobody's ever donated before. So it hasn't been tested. But I do have one set up. Let me just make sure I'm not making that up. Yeah. I have a Streamlabs. Well, did you do it through Streamlabs? I'm assuming you did it through Streamlabs. So yeah, I have a... No, I don't know. Twitch is strange sometimes. I sincerely apologise, Alhuno, because that is a lot of money and I greatly appreciate it. And I don't know why Streamlabs alert didn't go through.
Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore space. Born just in time to spam memes.
I disagree. I was born at exactly the right time to explore space. Is that what I'm doing now? Yeah, so in theory, on paper the alert works, but clearly it didn't work for Alhuno. I am sorry about that. And thank you once again. Right. Let's try not to die to these borders. That would be the anticlimactic way to start the game. Hi there, welcome in. LT Bango says, I love watching streams sometimes. Here's some money and a problem. I greatly appreciate it, Alhuno. I really do. Please don't feel like you've broken anything. Let's quickly try not to die here. I do want... Oh, yeah, only 3 people can go in the med bay at once. Let's just quickly heal everyone. And then rush back in. Ow. Okay, we've taken damage already and we haven't even fought a ship yet. Don't let Harry die. So much for easy difficulty. Okay, everyone is dead. And we have repaired. Yes, I did make a mantis do repairs. It's alright, Nit isn't here. Alhuno says, for personal reasons, I can't spend money through Twitch, so I do donations. Damn it, Nit's still here. It's okay, you didn't get a point in repair skill, even though you were technically in the room doing the repair. The point in repair skill went to the NG, which actually makes sense. Oops, no, you need to go in mid there. That's perfectly fine, Alhuno, and to be honest, it makes a lot of sense because things like bits are not good value for money, because Twitch takes more than half of what you spend on them. Ooh, a store. That's a little bit too early for us to use it, unfortunately. So it makes sense to subscribe to a streamer because you get emotes and stuff like that. But if you want to give more to them, usually they're gonna get more of your money if you use something like Streamlabs rather than bits. Yes, then the government takes another half in income tax. Yes, but that's true for all income. So, yeah. Can't be helped. Nit says the point is the one who does the last tick. Most of the time it's the fastest repairman, but not always. Yeah, so it makes sense it would be the NG. Right, we still have... we still have half power, and we now have an actual fight to do. I don't think this artillery beam is worth it. I'd rather have a shield. Actually, what have we got? We've got a... No, never mind. We've got a missile and an ion. Yeah, I'll keep the engine powered. So, yeah, fairly difficult start with this ship, but it should get a lot easier. We still only 2 volleys of our burst laser to take this ship down. LT Bago says, dread it, run from it. Daddy Bezos gets your personal information all the same. Well, yes, because I buy things through Amazon, so they kind of have to know my name and address, otherwise I don't get my packages. Also, I don't get paid for streaming, so it's okay. It's okay. We definitely want to make the most of the nebula, so I'm going to go here and then maybe start going to other places. Please don't be a plasma storm again. Yes, finally. Okay, it's a mantis. We get to use our artillery beam finally, possibly. Still just going to fire at their weapons, I think. Hello, Ren. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good week. Hope there's not too much work left to do. Thank you for redeeming Great Marine as your flower of the day. Ren says, dropping alert, don't die. I will try my best. It does look like we are going to kill this ship before our artillery beam is even charged. So still have yet to see that get any use. Ship explodes and becomes a substantial collection of useful scrap. Okay, now it's probably worth going to a store if we find one. I'm just going to go here in case one of these is a store. Actually, I can probably afford to go back one and then across. The fleet is still not making an appearance yet. Another unmanned scout. Okay. So they're going to get another missile through, which is not ideal. Okay, it didn't hit anything important. Can I charge my laser again before they escape? It would be nice. Okay, looks like I can. Harry says the one in the bottom right is going to be the store. Yeah, I didn't go to this store because I jumped here and then I was like, I don't want to go to it with only 40 scrap. And then if I go here and then here, I've got to backtrack. It could be easily be this one. We shall see. Ooh, a rebel ship. Right, finally some weapons to be slightly scared of, I think. Yeah, they can actually damage me with lasers. How do I should probably figure this out before it shoots. How do I actually target the artillery beam? Oh, it automatically fires. Ah, okay. I don't need to target it. That's good to know. Hello, Raven! Welcome in. Thank you for deeming Lesser Spirit as your flower of the day, and I hope you've had a good week. And if you haven't, rest assured that it can't get any worse now, because you're here with Emma and we're playing video games. And that's always a good time. Ooh. Artillery beam might finally be happening. Yes! Okay, we destroyed a ship with the artillery beam. So there is an achievement to be had if we manage to destroy it using only the artillery beam. Which I will try to get as soon as I find a ship that can't actually damage me. This one has a missile launcher, so it can definitely damage me. I will try to shut that down as soon as I can. LTBago says, I have a botany question. Would something growing in an unmanaged part of a graveyard be considered wild? LTBago getting a free Ask Emma redeem there without even using the button. So the subject of what to record is... Oh, there we go. Very helpful that they're missing all their missiles here. The subject of what to record is a complicated one. I finally got their drone as well. Now they're sitting ducks. Good. It is a complicated question. In general, if there's a native plant growing in the wild, then you definitely record it. And if there's a non-native plant growing in someone's garden, then you definitely don't record it. But for anything in between, you can probably find botanists with different opinions one way or the other. There is guidance from BSPI which is more or less followed, and I tend to do what Dr. Crouch does because Dr. Crouch trained me, so that's what I follow. But what I would say is native plants that are obviously weren't planted there and are growing as weeds can generally be recorded. So people say don't record in private gardens, but if there's a dandelion growing on someone's front lawn, that probably counts. At the same time, it probably doesn't need to count, because you can probably find dandelions elsewhere nearby that aren't growing in someone's garden, so you kind of don't need to count it. Plants growing in gardens generally don't count. Gardens doesn't just mean private gardens, it can mean public spaces such as parks, if they've been deliberately planted. On the other hand, you do record garden plants if they're not in the garden and it doesn't look like they've been deliberately planted. So sometimes along road verges, like at the entrance to a village or something like that, often there'll be a little flower bed with flowers in it. Sometimes they'll make it obvious by putting it in like a barrel or something. But sometimes they'll just be in the ground. You wouldn't count that because it's deliberate planting. If, on the other hand, a buddleia has escaped from someone's garden and is now growing in the middle of a hedgerow, then you would count that because it's made its own way there. If there is something forcing its way through a crack in the pavement, then you would count it, even though it might have come from a garden originally, because nobody plants things in cracks in the pavement. Graveyards are a tricky one because people do tend to leave flowers on graves, and often they're plastic, and then you definitely don't count them. But even if they are planted, if they're non-native, then we don't count them. However, graveyards can also be an excellent habitat for native plants that grow in grassland, because it's ground that is mostly undisturbed and is free of herbicides and pesticides and chemicals that are usually sprayed on farm fields and crops. So things like slender speedwell, which is a native plant that is sometimes found in gardens, but it's I think it's most common, at least in a rural area like mine. The most common place you'd see it would be churchyards. Plants like that are definitely counted, and you do occasionally get people planting native plants on graves. Which is good, that's absolutely to be encouraged. And I think a good way, if somebody wants to leave a legacy, a good way of doing that is by commemorating them with a native plant that's going to stick around. And the rule we would follow there is, if it looks like it's been plonked like on top of one specific grave, we wouldn't plant it. If it's clearly made its way around the churchyard on its own, then we would count it. El Tibago says, I find something that seems to be incredibly rare and unrecorded in my area. It is a non-native. Okay. Is it something that would be planted in a garden? Because if yes, then my instinct would be no, don't plant it. Much like public parks, sometimes churchyards do have deliberate planting. Most of the ones where I am just seem to be left to nature, but you do get deliberate planting in them. And so you would generally say, well, yeah, that's probably, especially if it's very rare to be found in the wild. Like you can kind of tell some plants are a lot more likely to escape than others. Plants like buddleia and alchemilla and winter heliotrope and other ones like that, they're notorious for escaping from gardens, certain garden geraniums as well. And so it's no great surprise to find one of those growing on the side of a field somewhere. Whereas other things mostly tend to stay put, or in some cases even very specific garden cultivars that can't propagate because they don't set seed. They can only spread vegetatively. Raven says, here there are mostly rules on what you may or may not plant and how big it gets. And also says, oh, you mean the historic graveyard. A lot of the historic graveyards here are still in active use as graveyards. We have ones with headstones from the 1700s that are still having new graves put in them. It's just, due to a shortage of space, it's incredibly difficult and expensive to actually get a grave plot in one of those. It's not something the average person can manage. And yes, if you do, there are then strict rules on what you can plant. But you might also have the church itself decide to do planting in the churchyard. And then, of course, well, they're the ones making the rules, so if they want to ignore the rules, they can. Hello, Sarah with Stars, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Wild Service Tree as your flower of the day. I just saw a Wild Service Tree on Wednesday. It's one of our less common native plants, and it really is lovely, and I wish there were more of them. Sarah with Stars says, pals, hello, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, Sarah. I hope you had a good day. I did see you were streaming earlier, but I wasn't able to stick around long because I was at work, but I do hope you had a good stream. So yes, most likely, T-Bagger, the answer is no. Unless it's some sort of invasive thing that's definitely not been planted there. If it was something like Japanese knotweed, that's actually illegal to plant in this country, but is very, very difficult to get rid of, then we would count it. But well, that wouldn't come under incredibly rare and unrecorded, so obviously not. It's there's a lot of sort of exceptions and grey areas, so I'm sorry I can't give a complete answer. You arrive at a populated sector. One merchant seems to be mass broadcasting a request for a mercenary ship to aid him. Shall we respond? Let's respond. Great, I was worried no one would respond. My usual carrier is days late. I need you to deliver this cargo of drone parts for a small station a few jumps from here. You can't afford to pay another carrier, but they will surely tip you generously. Sure. I mean, we get 5 free drone parts at the worst. Not that we need drone parts, because we don't have a drone system. Sarah says, I got a rare achievement in my game, Emma. I got an achievement for sprinting fewer than 10 times in my playthrough. Because I was using the wrong button for sprint for the whole game. Congratulations, Sarah. I love achievements like that you get for not playing the game badly, but playing the game in a way that you would think, why would anyone play the game in this way? I appreciate when games put that sort of achievement in. Hello, Elfie. Thank you for redeeming Small White Orchid as your flower of the day. And welcome to our latest FTL run. No surprise the distress beacon was a trap. We're kind of used to those by now. They can actually hit us because they can take down our shields with their ion thingy and then shoot their pew pew laser thingy, so I am hoping at some point in this run to get a ship that can't damage me through the shields, because then we can maybe I could leave it running during the Botany Redeem or something, because it would take a very long time to destroy a ship just with the artillery beam, but there's an achievement for doing that. Yes, I've been playing a couple of games recently that have rare achievements for doing obscure things. I am a bit of an achievement hunter on certain games. Bestest Alex is very much the same as me in that regard. You arrive at the location given to you by the merchant. You are supposed to deliver drone parts to a station here. You find the small research station and discover it's putting out a distress signal. Strangely, there's no response to your hails. What's the worst that could happen? Inside there are signs of a great struggle. Scientists lie dead where they fell, brutally dismembered. Well, I mean, at least we got some scrap out of it, and we have lots of drone parts now that we don't need. But we might get that random event where you sell drone parts for scrap. I'm not finding this second store, which is disappointing. There'll be a store in the next sector, I'm sure. Right, do we want to buy a slave, or do we want to attack the slaver scum and have them offer us a slave for free? I think we shall do the latter. Okay, this ship can damage me, sadly. Actually, if we take out drones, do they deploy another one? Possibly not. In which case, now the ship can't damage me, but I have already used my laser. So yeah, in theory, there's a world where you could defeat a ship like this with the artillery beam, but maybe take just a bit of damage. Hello Plauk, welcome in. Hope you're having a good week. Okay, they do redeploy the drone. That's good to know. Hope you are... Do I really want a human crew member? Humans are common and uninteresting, as the game says. I think I might pass this over in favour of scrap anyway. I realise this is very much not the ethical option. But I would rather have scrap because I have... if it was an alien that I didn't have yet, then that's more blue options. Plauk, if you would like your flower of the day, don't forget to redeem it. You had a good week. Yes, I will take 30 scrap rather than another crew member, definitely at this point. Right, so possible locations for the remaining store is one of these two beacons up here, or this one down here in the corner, the one that Harry insists is where it's going to be. Actually, it could have been in the top left. Technically, it could have been here. I don't think... No, we started there. Is there an ethics policy on collecting aliens? Well, we're not collecting them as slaves, Sarah. We are freeing them to join our crew if we take that option. And you do get more blue events for having more different types of alien. There's even an achievement. I can't get the achievement with this ship. I have to get it with the Kestrel ship, which is the default one. If you manage to collect 6 different races on your ship, then you get an achievement for that. But since this ship starts you with 4 different ones already, that would be a bit easy. You have to do it with the Kestrel, where you only start with humans. Scanners indicated battle is taking place nearby. It seems someone is under attack by space pirates. Space pirates in space? I mean... I'd be surprised if it was seafaring pirates. Let's engage the ship. Okay. I think for this run I should prioritize to shield. Ow. I should... Whoop, don't let the Mantis repair. I have strict orders from it. I think I should prioritize upgrading the shield, because if I do that, then I'm more likely to find a ship that can't damage me, and then I would be able to get the achievement for just using the artillery beam. Sarah Star says, oh, it's not for an achievement. That's its own ethical conundrum. I think Sarah has much the same approach to achievements as myself, which is that we should spend far too long trying to get the rare ones. Which is, of course, the only right answer. Let's see if the civilian ship... I mean, the length of time that fight took, I suspect they've disappeared by now. No, they're here, and they've patched up my hull. Thank you very much, civilian ship. Okay, Hurricane points out an interesting theory. They're not space pirates as in they're pirates in space. Maybe they're pirating space, finding any empty rooms or cupboards on your ship and filling them up with junk. Damn those space pirates, they've ruined my storage system. You stumble across a forward scout of the rebel fleet. I mean, they're not that forward, where the fleet is right behind us at this point. Okay, is that a Mark II? Okay, that's an anti-combat drone. I'm hoping they don't get to... This is annoying. This is really annoying because this ship can't damage us. Their only weapon is a thing that can only hit one shield. But if I wait for the artillery beam to charge, they're definitely going to have jumped away. So we have to still destroy them with our weapons, which is a shame. On the other hand, the fact they can't damage us means we are free to just target their piloting and their engines rather than needing to worry about weapons or shields. Okay, we also managed to hit their drone, which is nice, but I'd much rather hit their ship. There we go. Okay, the artillery beam finally went off. So you can see it's only after 4 weapon volleys that it does. And it's, yeah, 160 scrap to upgrade it fully, which is not nothing. And even then, it's still 20 seconds, which makes it pretty much the slowest charging weapon, even fully upgraded. Why is the rum always gone? Hashtag pirate problems, says Selwood Stars. Yeah, about this store, it's not here. Let's accidentally activate this ship because I would like more scrap to spend at these stores that we're apparently not getting. Okay, that's just a rock repairing, which is not a big deal, but I will... I might as well try and get repair skill leveled up on my engine crew member, which does require them to be the one doing the repairs. Whoops. I accidentally sent them back while they were still repairing. That was a mistake. And it looks like we're going to have to be using the store in the next sector. So I can probably use some of this money. Yes. We also have to fight the rebels for permission to exit the sector now, which is unfortunate. So I might just get... another point of shields before we have to do that, since that was my next plan anyway. You found the exit beacon, but the rebels got here first. You must survive long enough to be able to jump to the next sector. Well, probably knows that. Intruders teleported directly into the room that has a mantis in it. That was a mistake. We can still theoretically take damage from these. But it shouldn't be too much. Especially if we keep hitting their weapon. We might actually get to use our artillery beam in this fight as well. I am going to fight this ship just because if you can take one of these fights without taking damage, you might as well, because you get 1 extra fuel. versus jumping away. There we go. There goes the artillery beam. But yeah, it's generally not worth it. The other thing is that the crew are leveling up from this fight. Every time there's an evasion, the engine and piloting level up, and every time weapons are fired, the weapons get leveled up. So it's kind of worth doing anyway. Just for the experience points. Are we going to get a second round off on the artillery beam before the ship dies? No, but almost. So yeah, there's no time to salvage the enemy ship. You must jump away before the cruisers get in firing range. So you just get the 1 point of fuel. But this wasn't a store either. So yeah, time for the next sector. Zoltan controlled or Mantis controlled? Well, we already have a Mantis. A Zoltan would be good. Looks like we're getting a mixture of friendly and hostile sectors regardless of which way we go. This is actually a very balanced map. No runs of 6 hostile sectors in a row or anything. I'm going to go to the Zoltan control. And I really hope we can find a store soon. In the absence of one, I always try to keep at least 150 scrap in case I'm offered cloaking or weapon pre-igniter, which are the best things to get. But if we're staying above that, there's no harm in upgrading shields and engines and stuff like that. Once again, I'll try and go everywhere in the nebula because you can visit more beacons if you use the nebula, because the rebels go slower. Hello 53 New Wave, so good to see you. Hope you're having a good week. Don't forget to redeem your flower of the day if you would like one. And have you ever played this game before? FTL Faster Than Light. It is a lot of fun, and I know you like to play games that I've played before, so should also shout you out, really. 53 New Wave are a streaming duo who are absolutely amazing, and I love hanging out with them. Thank you for redeeming Wild Angelica as your flower of the day. I just saw some of that on Wednesday. It's quite common around here. This nebula turns out to be the hiding place of a terrified rock crew, taking refuge from the Zoltan border police. They don't seem prepared to risk your leaving with their coordinates and open fire. They don't just open fire, they also teleport onto my ship. Right, I think this ship can't hit me. Yeah, they have a laser that just does 1 damage and then a beam weapon that does nothing if there's shields. So, they actually can't damage me. And you know what that means? It means it's time to sit back, not fire my weapon and let the artillery beam deal with it. I really should have upgraded the artillery beam first, because this is now going to be a very long fight, but we only have to do it once for the achievement. I'm not going to do it every time. The other thing is our crew will get some experience from this. Nit still needs to level up on their shield skill, because we haven't been taking much damage, so they haven't been needed. And more into the piloting skill can't hurt. Do we level up weapons from the artillery beam, I wonder? That would be good to check, actually. So right now it's at 49 out of 65. 53 New Wave says, "Hi Emma, we've never played it before. What is it about and how are you doing?" And thank you for the shout out. No problem. This is it's a roguelike type game. It's based around you do a run, you might win or you probably die, and then you do a different run, and you use the information you learned from that run on your next run. It's about fighting spaceships in space with lasers that go pew pew, and you have all these different things on your ship like shields and weapons and oxygen, which is very important. And you get to go everywhere and fight different alien ships and stuff like that. I think it's fun. It is very hard. The easy difficulty level which I'm playing on is relatively easy for me, I think, now that I'm a bit more experienced with the game. But it's certainly not easy to start out with. The normal difficulty is legitimately hard, and the hard difficulty is downright impossible, as far as I'm concerned. So there's definitely a learning curve to it, but I enjoy it. The soundtrack is incredible. This is actually one of the more boring soundtracks at the moment, but there are some very nice ones. There we go, there's our achievement, Master of Patience. Use only the artillery beam to destroy an enemy ship. Thank you for being patient with me. Yes, it does, artillery beam does count as a weapon for weapons skill. The Doctor has leveled up 3 points of weapons skill, despite not helping at all, because they're over here and the artillery beam is over here. So if you were really, really patient, you could potentially level up someone's weapons without them ever firing the weapons. Which is fun to think about. Okay, let's stay in the nebula. Oh, not one of these again. 2 pirate ships. They remain unaware of your presence. You're able to get their scanners to at least identify their cargo. One's carrying fuel, one's carrying ammunition. Ammunition is presumably missiles. I don't need more missiles. I have 22 and no missile launcher. Fuel is always nice. Let's see if we can secure some fuel. We probably are going to need weapons to, fight the pirates. I think this will be one I have to win without artillery beam. Can they damage my ship? What have they got? They've got anti-drone drone. They've got a beam weapon. I think actually if I have 2 shields, they can't damage me. So can I kill them before we run out of oxygen is basically the question here. Actually, once I've damaged their weapon, I can turn the oxygen back on, so it'll work. This only does 1 damage to shields, and this only does anything if the shields are down. Oh, hang on. They got both weapons back online. I am learning. This is something, when I was first playing this, it was something that Nick was always pointing out to me. He'd say, oh, you need 2 shields up, or, you don't need shields for this fight, or whatever. And it was based on the weapon icons, and I could never quite see what was going on. And I'm starting to learn to recognise the weapons from their little icons now, which is good. Okay, we just about took them out before they jumped away. Only scant fuel canisters can be scavenged from the wreckage. Yeah, we didn't get much fuel from that, but it's better than nothing. 53 New Wave says, I remember, I think you asked us for a crew member name for this game. We picked Cornelio. I wonder what happened to him. You did. I think that was one of my early runs when I was on normal difficulty, meaning that unfortunately Cornelio didn't make it. I'm very sorry to say. But if you would like to name another crew member while we're playing on easy and they have more chance of making it, feel free to name a crew member. That goes for anyone, not just 53 New Wave, for 200 channel points. You can redeem it even if I don't have a crew member ready to name, because then I'll just apply the name to the next crew member we get. Okay, back to this beacon, so we stay in the nebula. Automated Rebel Scout. Okay. Powering up the FTL. Okay, this is a tricky fight because I don't want them to charge up and jump away. But I also don't want them to fire missiles at me. I think I'll have to shoot their piloting first and then their weapons. And just take a point of damage. No, Cornelio, says 53 New Wave. I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news. Okay. Ship is dead. We only took a small amount of damage. It's fine. Still no signs of any stores. I'm going to stay in the beacon, in the nebula as long as possible. Get as many beacons as I can in the nebula. Aha. Okay, now we have 2 crew names coming in. Thank you, Tohu, for your voice of Evelyn. And 53 New Wave for... Oh crap, hang on, my ship's on fire. I did not realise my ship was on fire. Thank you, 53 New Wave, for suggesting Bruno Secondo. Is an interesting name. I am doing okay, thank you. The same cannot be said for my ship, which is currently on fire. This is always a problem when you are fighting in a nebula. Because nebulas disable your sensors, you can't see what's going on in your own ship. So a fire could have started and you'll be none the wiser until something gets destroyed. If I was paying closer attention, I would have noticed the artillery beam taking damage, but that would require Emma to be paying attention and not be distracted by, viewers. Of course I blame the viewers. No, viewers are not distracting me. Tohu got in there first with name a crew member. So the next crew member we get will be called Evelyn, and the one after that will be called Bruno Secondo. Thank you. One more nebula beacon, and then we're going to really have to start looking for a store. El Tobago DM'd me more info on that plan. Thank you, Tobago. Totally doxed myself, so maybe not for stream. That's fair enough. I will take a look at it when I have a moment. Inside this nebula, you detect a rogue planet drifting through space. On its surface, a huge monolith, visible at this distance, even to the naked eye. A Zoltan Elder hails you from the planet. Through luck or intent, you have discovered the Great Eye. Look into its depths and receive your just deserts. I think we got a weapon last time we stared into the Great Eye. Ooh, a healing burst. Your mission has brought great battles and great losses. This will help ease the pain. A few minutes later, someone reports medical equipment has appeared on the ship. I mean, one of the less useful weapons. Generally, you don't want to. You don't want to be healing. You don't want to be healing the enemy ship. You can target your own ship with this weapon. So you can heal crew members on your own ship. You can also have a boarding party if you have a crew teleporter, and then heal your boarders on the enemy ship. But it requires a missile, and it's generally a fairly niche weapon, since it doesn't do damage. I'll probably just sell this at a store, because that's not the sort of run I'm planning on doing. Tohu, thank you so much for redeeming Mountain Everlasting as your flower of the day. Harry confirms Cornelio died to a slug ship in Sector 5 aboard the Penguin. Yeah, the Penguin was definitely one of my less successful runs. I had 2 runs that only got to Sector 5. This was on the normal difficulty, which is hard. Cornelio, says El Tobago. Hello, Dragon Girl _89. Thank you so much for redeeming Wild Strawberry as your flower of the day. It is very good to see you, Dragon. I hope you've been having a good time. It's been a while since I've been in your streams, but I was there. Was it last week? Saw you playing Eco. One of your all-time favourite games, I believe. Let me do a quick shout out for the one and only Dragon Girl _89. Hope you are well. I did just drop in on your sister Dragon just before this stream. She was streaming, but I wasn't able to stay because I had to start my own stream. Right, we finally have a store. Took long enough. Oh wow, okay. This beacon doesn't connect to the store, nor does this one, or this one, or this one. Okay, that one does. Just planning where I go to maximize what I can visit before the exit. I don't want to just go here and then leave. I think I probably will go around like this and then go to the store. So let's go this way. Yes, cross our fingers for a pre-igniter. I suppose what I should be doing is saving up 270 scrap. For, you know, when I'm offered cloaking and pre-igniter at the same store, which will definitely happen. Okay, we arrive at a Zoltan research facility. They say they're researching genetic distortion due to stasis sleep and prolonged FTL travel. They ask if you have time to undergo a few scans. Okay, we get the small cakes made from stiff dough again, and 17 scrap. Thank you very much, Zoltans. I was hoping to get an actual Zoltan crew member from this sector, but maybe not. Dragon Girl says, nice to get to drop in again. It's so good to see you, Dragon. I'm glad you're well. Emergency, all ships in range, we are under attack. The frequency matches a nearby Zoltan ship. You move in on their pursuer. They take your intervention as a cue to jump away, cowards. It's fine. This is actually another ship that we can take on without being able to damage us. Okay, yeah, maybe easy difficulty is getting a bit too easy for me. I definitely want to win on normal at some point on stream, just so that people believe me when I say I've done it. But I was thinking, for the sake of the ship unlock missions, I would stay on easy and complete every ship once on easy, and then I would try and win on normal. Because I feel like some of the ships are definitely going to be a challenge on normal, such as the rock ship. So if I beat all the ships on easy and then pick whichever ship I think is easiest and do a normal run with it. Which would probably be the default Kestrel or maybe the stealth ship. If I get a lucky start and can get shields quickly. Okay. Another store. Okay, we have two chances to get things that we need. Here is the first one. Okay, we have just Mantis and humans offered as crewmates. I'm sure Nit would like me to get a boarding party of 2 Mantis. Along with the... Well, actually, no, we weren't. If we were offered the teleporter, possibly. We haven't been offered crew teleporter, though. Ion intruder drone. Breaches to the enemy hull and randomly ionizes systems. Okay, I feel like randomly ionizing systems is not that good. It would spend half its time ionizing doors and stuff that doesn't do anything. I don't think I want to get drone control if these are the only drones available. We have various missiles. This one is pretty good. It fires 2 missiles, each doing 2 damage. And pierces shields, so you can get 4 damage in without having to take down shields, which is obviously good. But it does take 3 power. Firebomb, designed to damage crew members and light fires, can target your own ship. I feel like that's a risky strategy, setting your own ship on fire. And Chain Ion, I think, is not particularly good. We have seen that one before. So yeah, I'm not sure I want any of this stuff. Harry says you've been doing nothing but repairs the entire time. That's not true. Look, 0 repair experience, 5 combat skill. Look, Nit has killed 5 people. So yeah, that's true from the small amount I saw before I left. Yes, I know. Okay, I am probably just not going to buy anything here. Maybe the missile launcher? But I'd need to buy 3 points of power to even use it. And that's spending 110... That I could, well, I didn't find, well, first of all, it's easy knit, but secondly, I didn't find any stores in Sector 1. I don't know where they were. Oh, I'm going to sell this heal beam as well, because I don't want it. There we are, there's even more money. No, Knit, obviously I was just banking this money so that when we get to a store that has cloaking and weapon pre-igniter, I can buy both of them, which is obviously the correct strategy. There we are, right, 270. Just get artillery level 4. I am going to upgrade artillery level 4, but I'm going to see what this store has first. Enjoy your lurk, Dragon Girl, or your lurk. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Harry says that's what he... Oh, yes, Harry has done a run with this ship as well. You jump just in time to witness the Zoltan ship FDL drive overload. In their final moments, they implore you not to get involved, but it's too late. Their attacker is already upon you. Well, that's their problem. Shoot things. I mean, they can't damage me, so just have to sit here. Nit says artillery is good, but it has to be extra, not the only source of damage. Yes, there is an achievement specifically for phase 3 Zoltan shield, but also because it's kind of slow. Yes. There is an achievement for killing a ship with just the artillery beam, which I did just get with the unupgraded beam, so that was quite a slow process. There we go. See, it's quite helpful, this beam, but it's just a kind of... Yeah, well, we're doing some damage and then, oh, the artillery beam kicks in and helps us a bit. Right. Watch me get offered exactly cloaking and weapon pre-igniter. No. We got cloaking. Harry says we have Burst Laser 2 and there is the achievement for not upgrading weapons. Where's the... Can you get the... Can I see the achievements from within the game? I can see these ships' achievements. Yeah, get to Sector 5 in the Federation cruiser without upgrading your weapon system. We could go for this achievement. Also, Flak 1, my beloved. Yeah, so unfortunately, we have just been offered quite a good weapon. So this is 3 damage for 2 power, which is as good as a Burst Laser 2. The only issue is that the damage is targeted randomly. But if all you're using it for is to take down shields, then it's not random, because it's always going to hit the shield. So, in effect, it's a Burst Laser 2 that charges even faster than the normal one. Which is a pretty good weapon, all things considered. This missile is decent. That's the one that does just 1 shot, but that 1 shot can do 3 damage. Heavy iron is not so good. We have each of these species of alien already. Nit probably wants me to buy Flak One and another Mantis, if I had to guess. This is obviously no use to us. This isn't very good. This is still kind of useful because we're only 2 sectors in. It will pay for itself. Okay, I think I'm going to buy Cloaking. Classic Trinity of Weapons. Burst Laser 2, Flak 1, Halberd Beam. Okay. Flak 1, Cloak and Mind Control. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, the choices are buy the Flak 1 or get the achievement. To be honest, I'm not that bothered about the ship achievements. I might just buy it because we haven't actually used a Flak 1. We haven't used a Flak weapon yet, so it will be nice to show off what they can do. I'm probably not going to buy Mind Control though. I'm probably just going to buy power so that we can run the Flak 1 that we just bought. There we go. And then I'll get more power for the engine, and then I'll start upgrading the artillery beam as well. Does the upgraded artillery beam take more power? Yes, okay. So you do need 4 points of power in it to get that 20-second cooldown, which is quite a lot of power to be kind of wasting on an artillery beam. If you compare what 4 points of power does in the artillery beam to what 4 points of power does in weapon control, it's quite a difference. So yeah, all we need to do now, as Nit says, is get the halberd beam for our weapons. Although, presumably double burst laser 2 halberd beam would be also good. Just a little harder to come by. Right, how many more beacons can we get to? We can't go here. We could go here and then exit. I don't know. On the first sector, I did go to an extra beacon, even though it meant fighting the rebels at the exit. Which is probably worth it if you're certain you can take down the rebel ship. You pick up the last broadcast from a rupturing Zoltan freighter. The Mantis, they're here, please. You're interrupted by fire off the port bow. Well, so the advantage of having the Flak is it charges faster. So although we're not guaranteed to hit their weapons, we have a chance of hitting their weapons more quickly before they're able to shoot them themselves, versus having to wait for our burst laser. So, yeah, there we go. Okay, so they just barely got off their weapon before the Flak hit. The Flak fired first, but it has travel time to get to the enemy ship. But then it missed half of its shots anyway. So... yeah, there we go. So you see, that time I aimed at shields, but it actually hit like weapons area of the ship. Power. So yeah, we can go here. The question is, do we go here for potentially more scrap and then exit? I mean, sometimes the exit can give you scrap itself. The random event that happens on the exit beacon won't happen if you get there and the rebels are there. So you're not just getting an extra free beacon by not going to the exit until the rebels arrive. I am not going to accept that bribe. I know quite often we get a worse bribe, but I'm still not going to accept it. I just don't like pirates. Flak 1 and Burst Laser 2 are perfectly timed. For first volley, you can pre-shoot both, so it's a bit different for the other volleys. Interesting. That is actually very useful, just for convenience sake. You've probably seen me before when I had the Burst Laser 2 and the Heavy Laser, or Burst Laser 2 and a beam weapon. I have to shoot one laser. I have to charge one laser, wait for the other laser to be charged as well, and then shoot both. Or shoot the laser, see if the shields get taken down, and then shoot the beam. So if I just let both of these shoot on the first volley. Okay, yeah, so they get there at almost exactly the same time. Even though they were fired at different times. As Nit said, for subsequent volleys that doesn't happen. That's okay. The ship is going to be dead anyway, I think. There we go. Pirate's victim quickly jumps away before we have a chance to speak to them. Very sensible. Okay, let's... sod it. At the very least, I can set a new record for most beacons visited at the end of the game, which is a record that is currently standing at 100. An asteroid field, greeted by a Zoltan guard. By attempting to access these closed mining fields, you are in violation of the Natural Mineral Protection Act. Your weapon will be confiscated for processing. I mean, the natural minerals that you're so eager to protect are currently destroying your shield, Zoltan's ship. I'm not sure why you're so fond of them. Yeah, I almost don't even have to take their shield down because the asteroids did it for them. This is how you achieve that achievement on the Kestrel ship, by the way. If I just turned my shields off now, waited till I had 1 point of hull left, and then put my shields back on, you could get that achievement for repairing at a store all the way back up to full. Okay, now we have to fight the rebels, but that's alright. I don't think they'll cause us too much difficulty. Surely she will time cloak well, followed by the clueless emote. I don't need to time cloak well. Which is just as well because I can't. To be honest, I only bother timing cloak if the enemy has missiles. You know, I really should sync these up since they still have shields. Oh, never mind, artillery beam. No ASB. Yeah, so I think it's because I think the way it works on easy, you see how this beacon here is just flashing red? It's like in this warning zone. If you jump to a beacon that's in the warning zone, I think you don't get the ASB. Whereas if you go to one that already says the rebels have control of this location, then you do. I think that's how it works. So yes, it's not necessarily. I I agree, Nit. I feel like it makes easy a little too easy. Okay, abandoned sector or uncharted nebula. Well, we did go to the abandoned sector once before, but we never got. This is where you can get Lanius crew, isn't it? So we never actually managed to get one. Yeah, I want to go to the abandoned sector, even though it's probably not as good as the nebula for Certainly not for how many beacons we can visit because it's a nebula, but we'll go here. There have been a number of reports of advanced ships salvaging the wrecks and abandoned mining facilities in this sector. Could it be that the Lanius have resurfaced? Spoiler alert, yes, they have. Okay, how much is it to actually upgrade this? 160 scrap plus 75, no, because then it goes up to 30. 85, so 245 scrap to fully upgrade our artillery beam. But I feel like it would be in the spirit of this ship to do so, so let's maybe save up for that next. Hello, Best Otter Pyro, good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday. Otter, don't forget to redeem your flower of the day if you would like one. It's only 10 channel points. Ooh, we have a blue option for our rock crew. You find the source of the distress call, a small research station. It appears a small laboratory fire got out of control and is threatening to destroy the station. Their fire suppression system is not responding. So we can send our crew in a shuttle to help put out the fire, or dock and try to rescue the survivors, both of which are not without hazards. But rock crew are fireproof. I don't know if this potentially means we can still lose the crew member, but I'm going to try the blue option. Your rock soldier tears through the airlock directly into the fire. You've never seen someone that large move that fast. It disperses as much fire suppressant as possible into the heart of the blaze, and eventually the fire starts to die down. Contact the survivors. With most of the fire under control, scientists are able to help secure the station. They offer you their sincere gratitude and a generous reward. Drone recovery arm is, well, Nit says streamer luck. Drone recovery arm is like the most useless augment for us to have because we don't have any drones. But we can sell it, so you know, it's not that bad. So thank you, Liari, for bravely saving those crew. Otter, thank you for redeeming Spear Thistle as your flower of the day. Love a thistle, says Otter. Yes, I don't so much love how prickly they are, but I do love their flowers. They look amazing. My favourite is Woolly Thistle, but I'm also a fan of Melancholy Thistle. Okay, a store. Well, we do have enough scrap for weapon pre-igniter, but let's go to a couple more jumps first, in case we get offered other good things. Thistles are so important for butterflies. That is very true, Otter. You come across a human civilian ship preparing to leave the sector. They message you, "We're getting out of here. There was some cult rambling about the spreading of the disease humanitis. They forcefully boarded our ship and tried to open all our airlocks, shouting, 'Be purged! Is nowhere safe anymore?'" That does sound terrifying. Okay. Go to two more. Go here. See what we get. One of these thingies, pulsars. There appears to be some sort of research station near a pulsar, although it's hard to tell since a portion of it has been melted. The Lanius ship that's been working at it moves in to intercept you, totally oblivious to the threat of EM pulses. And the threat of my weapons. Well, I was saying that, but they appear to have been hacked. Well, that's annoying. It's alright, the artillery beam will surely save us. Well, they have a missile, so let's perhaps cloak through that. Ion pulse imminent. Please don't hit our weapons, that would be annoying. Okay, it hit our shields, which is also quite bad. But the good news is it hit the enemy's shields. Is it, Nit might know this, is it predetermined that whatever the pulsar hits on your ship, it also hits on the enemy ship? Because I noticed it hit our shields and our piloting, and it also hit the enemy's shields and piloting. But hitting the shields is good, that gives us a free shot at their weapons. before they're able to fire any more volleys themselves. So that is very good news. And despite our weapons being hacked again, I think they might be dead now because well, our artillery beam will be charged if nothing else. There we go. Quick jump before we get ironed again. Okay, let's go to the store. This beacon is bustling with activity. It looks like some merchants decided to capitalize on the fact that dozens of refugee ships are using this location to recharge their FDL drives. You browse their wares. Okay, no weapon pre-igniter, but we do get offered Lanius crew members for the first time. So they're a little bit incompatible with other crew. On account of they drain oxygen from the rooms they're in. Slow movement but no damage from lack of oxygen. So I suppose in a pinch they're good for going and fixing your broken O2 machine when your ship is empty of oxygen and everyone else is stranded in the med bay. We've been offered another flat 1, which has immediately caught Nit's eye. But Nit, I thought you said Burst Laser 2 Flat 1 Halberd Beam was the holy trinity of weapons, and we've been offered the Halberd Beam as well. This is one of the good ones. It does 2 damage per room hit, and the beam is big enough that you can get a decent number of rooms in. Yes, it takes 3 power instead of 2, but yeah. We do have teleporter, drone. I don't need this drone recovery. I'm gonna sell it. Halberd beam is insane, but it's better to stack firepower. I suppose, but if I buy a flat 1, I can't have a halberd beam as well because that would be 9 power. What I want for this game is a mod that the only thing the mod changes is it lets you buy a 9th point of weapon control. I think only easy runs would have enough scrap to actually make use of that. I really want to buy one of these because I've never had one, and presumably they have blue options in the abandoned sector that we might get. Notch, that's true. We have Notch and Steve. So this ought to be Alex, but it isn't. It's Vivi Maud. All right, we'll go with Nit's suggestion. We've never used flak before, so we might as well be using 2 of them. So these 2 between them will do 6 damage to at the very least take down the shield and probably take down other things as well. I'm going to buy one of these. I'm obviously going to buy Notch because it's a funny name, but I am then going to rename them as per the request that we had, which was Evelyn from Tohu was the first one. Lanius called Evelyn. There we go. Welcome our newest crew member. Let's quickly move them out of piloting before they deprive Harry of all their oxygen. So they might as well go in either sensors or doors. Both benefit from having a crew member and don't need to be visited by any other crew members. So yeah, you can see that they're slowly draining the oxygen in this room. I believe it goes all the way down to the red stripe empty, yeah, like that. So we have to make sure to walk our NG this way if we don't want them to take damage. Otter says, never seen this game before, looks interesting. It is interesting. As I've said several times on this stream, I recommend it. I like the soundtrack, I like the gameplay. I like the replayability of it with different ships and different weapons. I like how hard it is. I like how it's one of these games where you know, losing can be fun too, sort of game. So we're going to need 2 more points of system power, which is going to be 125 scrap plus another 50 to power it. I don't want anything else from here then, I think. Harry says, I kind of left a new Lanius crew member on the bridge until it nearly ran out of air. Yes, I think everyone probably makes that mistake once. But I would not want to deprive Harry VIII of oxygen. That would be a mistake. Our valued pilot. Okay, let's hope we get a blue option with our new crew member, since this is their sector. There we are, look, see? We got a blue option with our new crew member. You notice a number of Lanius ships absorbing a forward rebel base and its automated scouts. They don't seem to be aggressive. Perhaps their desire for metal could prove to be useful. So try to use them to delay the rebels or leave them alone, but we can also try to use them whilst having Lanius crew. Your crew member tells them of the approaching fleet and the number of automated ships they use to scout ahead. They thank you for the tip and prepare to jump in the direction you came. That will hopefully delay the fleet. You scrap what remains of the rebel station. Okay, we delayed the fleet to jump, so they are not moving this turn. We get a free beacon, effectively. Yeah, Nit says Lanius boarding is fun with 2 Lanius. I imagine, yeah, you teleport the Lanius into a room and then they just immediately deprive that room of oxygen. And you could just run around the ship suffocating the crew. That does sound fun. They have normal health and normal combat speed, I think. But they do have... do they have rock? They're slower than normal crew. But they're faster than rock, I think, if I'm seeing that correctly. Anyway, let's stop depriving everywhere of oxygen. Go in there. I guess we just try and visit some more beacons. I won't go this way because this sort of locks me into going on the top path. I'll go this way. You come across a Lanius ship in the process of absorbing a rebel automated scout. If you scare off Lanius, you can probably make use of it. Then we shall do so. You power up your weapons, which quickly gets the attention of their ship. So yes, we can now actually see inside the Lanius ship thanks to our upgraded sensors. No surprise, they don't bother with an O2 system, and they have no oxygen on their ship. But their weapons aren't particularly scary. We should be all right. They have sent a hacking drone to hack our sensors. Okay, so we only got a very brief view of the interior of their ship. But that's okay. We don't really need one. Landing ship is preparing to jump. Don't let them escape. I can't really target the flak, but I'll target it at the piloting anyway, just in case. Okay, it did hit the piloting, but it missed. Okay, there we go. You move to inspect the automated rebel ship it was absorbing. You're able to retrieve a significant amount of data about the surrounding beacons from the scout before you scrap it. Okay. So we've been given a full sector map. Look at that, the store is right behind the exit. Okay, that's annoying because there's no way to go to the store without jumping to this exit beacon twice. You've got to waste a jump to get to the store and back. But that's fine. We can do something like that to get through. Now that we know where the ships are, we'll try and fight them. Just dive in the Rebel Fleet, Fivehead. Well, that's probably what I'll do. It is easy. Rebel Fleet is not too difficult. A small shuttle appears on the local radar. Turns out it is a Rebel automated scout with no shields. So this is going to go down quickly. Okay. Void field in this location. That's probably worse for the enemy than it is for me. This beacon appears to have been set up within an asteroid field to access a mining settlement. However, half of the settlement has been disassembled by a number of Lanius scavengers. Their military escort moves in to scare you off. I am not particularly scared. On account of... I probably don't even need to take your shield down. The asteroids are doing it for me. I should... Look for that missile. The landing ship hails you. Your translator struggles, spurting out prevent death, merciful penitent. Why do we need a translator? We have a Lanius crew member. You believe they are surrendering. I'm going to say yes, because they're offering 4 fuel and I don't want to run out of fuel. There we go. Now we have to wait for the FDL to charge because we're in an asteroid field. Okay. We go here and then here. This beacon is going to be within the Rebel fleet. We can go there. I think we can afford to go to this ship first. Pirate ship appears to be threatening a small refugee ship near the beacon. Upon seeing you jump in, it turns to approach. The civilian wastes no time and jumps away, but that appears only to harden the pirate's resolve. Aha! So we do have an enemy ship that has a mixed crew with a Lanius draining their oxygen. Get weapons to 6. No, yes, good point, Nick. I will get weapons to 6 in a moment. Where's that Lanius gone? Oh, there they are. Oi, what are you doing on my ship? Okay. Pew and also Pew. Right, we now have the problem that Nit probably will die to the Lanius if they have to fight in a vacuum. So let's not have that happen. Enemy ship trying to escape. No, we will not accept surrender. Okay. See, and they didn't even have the decency to stick around and let us get a kill. Yeah, unfortunately, Nick doesn't get a kill from that, but he wouldn't have anyway because they teleported away. I'm not sure why they teleported back to their ship that then immediately blew up. They would have survived longer if they'd stayed in there. Okay, let's do as it says. I have to make sure to still have 120 scrap when I get to the store because of course it's going to be offering a weapon pre-igniter. Of course it will. But we can do that. And we can maybe power off some things we don't need, like oxygen, to power our other fuck cannon. Relevant quote there. Thank you, Harry, for that. Oh, we don't even get any scrap from this beacon. We just get intruders. Those metal bastards think they can just absorb half of our engines and leave us here to die. I hope you understand the need to take your ship by force. Intruders on board. Here we go, Nit. Here's some intruders for you to fight. Now the question is, do we bring our Lanius in for extra damage when it will drain the oxygen, or do we just bring the energy? Nit says just upgrade reactor. You're going for achievement. I'm going for I want to buy weapon pre-igniter at the store. Is what I'm going for. So I'm saving enough scrap to be able to afford it. We should probably power the med bay. Good idea. Probably not let Harry die. Probably not let Nit die. We should probably not let you die. Probably not let you die. Crap. Evelyn, get out of there. The army. Oh, he's got 5 health. Eek. Okay. Harry, go back in there. Right, we're sending in the... except, of course, we want Nit to get kills on these guys. Oh, this one's still got 65 health. Okay, Harry, leave. So that... I want Nit to get the kills. No, you're shooting the wrong one, Nit. Damn it. You're supposed to be shooting this one with 2 hit points. Okay. Never mind then. We'll just kill them. There we go. Right, RNG got a point of combat experience. Okay, you should not die either. He goes back in. Ah, whoops, no, yes, of course, they can run around the ship as well. That is the thing they can do. I can solo him. You can solo this one, yes. There we are. It's just if Nit, if you'd managed to kill 2 of them, you would have leveled up. That's all. I was trying my best to let you get the last hit on them all, but yeah, it didn't quite work. Right, interesting thing to bear in mind here. Trying to heal crew while there's a Lanius in the med bay, sucking the oxygen out. Yeah, so with a level 1 med bay, the health loss due to suffocation perfectly balances the health gain from the med bay, and Nit is just going to sit here at 75 health until the Lanius moves. Let's kill you properly. There we go. Damn it. That's going to keep happening, isn't it? My NG took 6 hit points of damage because they walk back to the weapons room through the sensors room. Why could the sensors have not been in this room? Thank you, Altivago, for doing redeems. I appreciate that. What on earth is that plant name?
Kiss me over the garden gate, lady's pinch, lady's thumb, peach wood, persicaria, red leg, crab's claw, Jesus plant, red shanks, persicaria maculosa.
Ooh, upgraded reactor for 2 missiles and 2 drone parts. That's a very good trade. Don't mind if I do. Okay, let me finish this sector and then we'll take a break and do our botany redeem. I am going to go to this store. Perfectly normal plant name, says Debago. You arrived in an empty space station, no doubt abandoned due to Lanius threat. Okay, well we got 2, we got 1 blue option from Lanius, which is okay. Life signatures are detected at the ship depot and you spot a few crude signs saying everything must go. Those are not weapon pre-igniters. Never mind. Do we want any of these things? Stealth weapons, maybe, but this doesn't do anything without a clone bay. Yeah, I don't think I actually want any of this stuff. I don't want stealth weapons. I want pre-igniter, and then I don't need to cloak because the enemy's already dead. It's fine. It's fine. I can't expect to get pre-igniter on every run. It's balanced around the fact you don't get it on every run. Now we have to fight the rebels for permission to leave the sector. But again, no ASB because it's the first jump that they're within range. I should power my cloak actually. Since I have an missile. We have 2 flat cannons and a burst laser. It's quite a lot of damage, and in fact their missile is off, so we need to worry. Even managed to kill the crew member repairing weapons. Okay, back on, and next sector. Slug Home Nebula or Rebel controlled. I mean, we've done the quest to unlock the slug ship. The slugs are annoying, but a nebula would be good. I would probably choose the Slug Home Nebula, but I'd be interested to see Nit's thoughts on that. Rebel Blood for the Blood God. I mean... Alright. This sector was bustling with activity just a few years ago. Now, more than half the jump beacons have been destroyed. Many settlements have been abandoned, and the rebels patrol constantly. Well, there's a decent number of beacons. Okay, so I'm going to take a short break, but don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. When I'm not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life. And I like to share that with my viewers. By having this redeem where for 1,000 channel points you can name any British wildflower, and I will talk about it for a bit. This is I know this plant. I know it as redshank, and it's a member of the Persicaria family. There are several other plants in the Persicaria family, including one that's just called Persicaria usually, which is a garden plant. There's also pale Persicaria. There's meadow bistort. If you've ever heard the name bistort, that's in the Persicaria family. There's redshank, and there's also one called lesser water pepper. However, I haven't heard it called Kiss Me Over the Garden Gate, Lady's Pinch, Lady's Thumb, Peachwort, Red Leg, Crab's Claw, or Jesus Plant. I'd love to see where those names come from. Perhaps the wiki has a clue. First of all, I'm going to drink water. It is very warm in here today. We are going through another heat wave, which I hope is the final one this year, because it has been an incredibly dry year and I'm starting to get sick of them now. And LT Bagger would also like a stretch. Stretching is less fun in the heat, but I still appreciate you trying to keep me not sat in one posture for 4 hours. It is very important. LT Baggo says most of those names are from the Royal Horticultural Society site, which is probably the best site for historic common names that I've found. Yes, most of the botany-focused books will just give you 1 or 2 common names for a plant and the Latin name. But I do like the common names. I feel like they're one of the more interesting parts of botany. And I would hate to miss out on them. Okay. Stretches. More stretches. Stretches. Shoulder is crunching today. You can't hear this crunch in the microphone, but it is making a crunch. Thank you for the hug, Alhuno. Okay, so let's first of all get you a picture of this plant. So I understand why it's called redshank. It has red flowers, and it's very easy to identify because it has a black spot in the middle of each leaf. Is very distinctive. There's some flowers on the left there, and on the right somebody holding the plant, and you can clearly see the black dot in the centre of each leaf. This is a very, very common plant in the wild in Britain and Ireland. You will see it just growing on road verges and in waste ground, along with things like knotgrass and plantains and the things like that. Our reservoirs are very low round here, so sorry. Yeah, we're in slightly better shape in the southwest, but only slightly. Our reservoirs are also below normal levels. We did get some rain this year, but the southeast is doing pretty badly. I am led to understand. Let me get the book. Okay, Persicaria maculosa. Other book. Tibago insists that other book is best book. So there are two plants in this family that are found just about everywhere in Britain and Ireland. One is called Amphibious Bistort and is found in damp or aquatic habitats, and the other one is called redshank, which is this one, and is found in open ground on a wide range of soils, particularly those that are rich in nutrients, near ponds, streams and ditches, in open woodland, waste ground, roadsides and railways, and sometimes a weed of cultivated land. It is morphologically variable, which is a fancy way of saying it can look quite different sometimes. There are different subspecies. Biformis and maculosa have been noted in Britain, as has subspecies Herticorlis. It has a stable distribution. There were some losses at the northern edge of its range. However, the data presented here suggests that both losses and gains have occurred in Scotland, suggesting that these losses are possibly due to issues regarding the detectability of locally rare plants, rather than reflecting a true change in the environment or the ecology of the species. So it is rare in the Scottish Highlands because of a lack of suitable habitats. However, as you will see when I bring up the distribution map, it is very common in England, especially around southwest England, where I am. Map cube. Hopefully the okay, yes, the BSBI website is feeling a little more active today. Our last stream we couldn't get it working at all, and had to give up on looking for plants. But there we go. So yes, first thing you notice is it grows everywhere in England. And what you tend to notice on these distribution maps with plants this common is you start to see distinctive patches. Like there's suspiciously a patch of it here and a patch of it here. These are just the borders of Irish counties, and they just reflect the fact that there's been an organised recording effort in this county and not so much the other ones. So most likely it's this common everywhere in this area of Ireland. And there's the same deal for a lot of southwest England. This area here, it may well be absent from, because that would be a different habitat. And again, this is Dartmoor. It's going to be absent from there. But pretty much everywhere else in England, it's like, yeah, the higher ground like the Pennines and the Scottish mountains, it's absent from. And when the book talks about it's unclear if there have been losses, it's talking about this area where it's really only found in scattered sites around the coast. In North Somerset, where I live, it's everywhere. This is a good one if I increase the resolution a bit. There's a sort of roughly triangular area here, which is the area that I've been recording. And you'll notice a lot of the squares in this area are darker, which means they're more recent, and that's because I've done them. So yeah, not everywhere, but shouldn't have any trouble finding it. Good heat map for botanists. Yeah, this, when it's really common, I mean, this one is to some extent the case, but if I show you a really common one, like nettle, this is not a heat map of where you can find nettles. This is a heat map of how much botany has been happening, because nettles are everywhere. We know nettles are everywhere. It's not that Devon doesn't have nettles, it's that Devon hasn't had as much botanical activity as Somerset or Cornwall. And yeah, unfortunately there are parts of the country that get very little botanical activity, such as central Wales and a lot of Ireland as well. And North Yorkshire as well. Which, to be fair, North Yorkshire is a very large county. But, you know, it has nettles. Like, I've been to Thirsk. There are nettles there. This should not be data that we are missing, but we are. Anyway, that is Redshank. I'm going to look at the wiki because funny names. I should point out, by the way, if you call it Redshank, you have to be careful because this is also a Redshank. Redshank. This one is a bird, and you have to clarify, yeah. The article on redshank on Wikipedia is about the bird, but at the top it says for the plant called redshank, go here. That is a redshank, but it's not a plant. The species was first described as Polygonum persicaria, so it was put in a different family when it was first classified. It was transferred to the genus Persicaria in the 19th century, and then it was renamed to Persicaria maculosa. It can't be called Persicaria persicaria because what is called a tautonym, which is a binomial Latin name where both names are the same, those aren't allowed in botany. There's an international organisation that decides what names are allowed in botany, and they've decided you're not allowed to have two names the same. This is in contrast to zoology, where you are allowed to have two names the same. In fact, you don't have to stop at two. The scientific name for the western lowland gorilla is gorilla gorilla gorilla. In case anyone doesn't believe me, the western lowland gorilla. Gorilla gorilla gorilla. A subspecies of the western gorilla. Gorilla gorilla. Gorilla gorilla gorilla. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that for plants. I don't know who decided that when. Who is the Department of Not Having Any Fun who decided we weren't allowed to do that for plants? But we're not. But yes, the wiki doesn't go into the details of why it got its other common names. But El Tibago does say the Kiss Me name is thought to come from the plant's arching stems and the way its flowers dangle, potentially reaching over a garden gate. Not on a wiki, so I thought I'd post. Yeah, that might be more obvious in the garden persicaria than in the native one, because the native one rarely gets bigger than about that, so it would have trouble really reaching over a garden gate. Unless it was a very small garden gate. But some of the garden varieties can be a lot bigger. Here's a garden variety, and yeah, the stems sort of go up and then over, so they do kind of look as if they're leaning over a fence or something. So I definitely see where that name could come from, but it would be based on what the cultivated varieties of the plant look like. Hello Ellis, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Ivy Leaved Speedwell as your flower of the day. We're just wrapping up our botany segment here, but there's a red shank on screen for you, which is a type of persicaria, not to be confused with red shank, which is a type of bird. Apparently this has 40 local names, says Tibago. Okay, I was impressed just with the names you listed earlier. So, Tibago, when he did the redeem, included several different names, including Kiss Me Over the Garden Gate, which we sort of have an explanation for. I just know it as redshank because that's what all the botany books have it as. We have an article on plant law. Okay, this is a website I must remember because that seems fun. About 40 local names have been recorded for red shank. So, okay, yeah, red joints, red legs, red weed for the stem. Yes, the maculosa, by the way, is Latin for spotted. So these spots, that's why it's called maculosa. Devil's Pinches, Pinchweed, Pinch, Lady's Thumb. Devil's Arsewipe suggests another way in which the leaves got their markings. Lovely. Bloodspot, Herb of the Tree of Crucifixion, it being said that Redshank grew at the base of Christ's cross and became stained by its blood. Okay, that's why it's called Jesus plant then. One of the names that T-Bago listed was Jesus plant, and I was thinking, is this mentioned in the Bible? Okay, it is mentioned in the Bible, apparently. Lavender in Somerset. I have never heard this referred to as lavender. We tend to use the word lavender to refer to a different plant called lavender. You know, lavender, that one that smells of lavender and is purple. Never heard this called lavender, despite being in Somerset. Lover's Pride in Sussex and Saucy Alice in Norfolk. Yeah, LT Bango says, I'm sad I missed Devil's Arsewipe to redeem. Yeah, you could have redeemed Devil's Arsewipe, Saucy Alice, and Herb of the Tree of Crucifixion. I feel like a lot of these names are not really used anymore. They're like traditional local names. I suspect if you go to East Anglia and ask someone what this plant is, they'll probably say Redshank. Yellowing Gurse suggests it was used to produce a yellow dye. But yeah, so Alpine Meadow Rue is another plant in the same family. There are, in fact, several species of meadow rue, which is also used as a dye plant. This is the other thing that you have to bear in mind when people talk about ancient local names for plants. Is that back in the day, people weren't that good at botany, and so often people would get plants mixed up, and they'd use a local name for a plant that it wasn't originally the name for, or one place would think that a local name meant one plant and it actually meant a different one, or they'd use the same name for two plants because they didn't know they were separate species, or anything like that. So some of these do have to be you have to consider that first. Name Redshank is said with several other plants, including Herb Robert and Purple Loosestrife. Purple Loosestrife I can see, it does look a little bit like this plant, just with much more impressive flowers. Calling Herb Robert Redshank does make sense because Herb Robert has red stems. And this plant, you can see there's several names that reflect the red stems. So yeah, calling Herb Robert Redshank makes perfect sense. Seems this site evolved from Folklore Society's Survey of Unlucky Flowers. That's a great name for a survey. I don't believe this plant to be particularly unlucky. But somebody in East Anglia at some point clearly didn't think much of it. But the question is, was somebody asked a plant name for that survey and they just decided to use a funny name? Or have people actually called it that? That would be interesting to know. Anyway, thank you for pointing me in that direction, T-Bago. That was an interesting read. And thank you for redeeming the botany, as always. And we shall resume our FTL run now. Now that we've failed to obtain Pre-Igniter once again, I'm going to get some more reactor power. Get our engine up to full power again. And I think next it would be good to focus on upgrading our artillery beam. I'm not against buying a fourth weapon if one comes up, but it would have to be one that costs 2 power or less. If it only costs 3 power, then we would not be able to afford it. Just get a Burst Laser 2. Yes, obviously if a Burst Laser 2 is offered, or another Flak 1, or a weapon Pre-Igniter. I wonder, Would 4 flak wands be a viable way of fighting? I mean, you're guaranteed to destroy something on the ship. You're just not sure what. I feel like it would work. Okay, let's stick within the nebula as long as we can. Let's also turn up the sound again. Do I want to buy 5 missiles for 2 fuel? No. It's easy. Of course it is just aim everything at the shield. It's one of my favourite strats, by the way, says Nit. Fair enough, but if I get another flak gun, I'm definitely buying it. Okay. We are starting to encounter ships with more than one. Actually, I should aim here and stop it flying off. Starting to encounter ships with more than one shield. Oh no, they've hacked our cloak. And they've got a missile. Well... Oh well. They've hacked our cloak and then proceeded to destroy it with the missile that they fired because our cloak wasn't working. That's interesting. Oh, I should have... That was my fault. I was focused on that. I should actually have... It's okay, they missed. I should have retargeted weapons after that first volley. I should probably also repair the cloak. Like, that is a thing I should do. I think you're going to get that. Stop walking through the no oxygen room. Who would win, says Nit? The pinnacle of rebel technology and the best flagship in the game that literally cheats in your back? Or a garbage gun that goes brrr? I mean, it's not garbage. Good. Oh, maybe don't leave the door open to the the room with no oxygen. Just a thought. Okay. Well, we should make our way down here. Hello, Ratmost. Of all rats, you are definitely the mostest. It is good to see you. Ratmost's rat ears perked up at mentions of the word garbage gun. Sorry, Ratmost, it doesn't shoot actual garbage. Bestest rat, I hope you are well. We are playing more FTL. Don't forget to redeem your flower of the day if you would like one. I will take this opportunity to shout out Ratmost as bestest cheese-themed streamer / rat-themed streamer on the internet. Without any shadow of a doubt, they are amazing. They are slightly responsible for cheese being a meme on my stream, but I can't be too mad about that. Rat moist, says T-Baggo. That's not right. Thank you so much for redeeming Meadow Clary as your flower of the day. It is good to see you. I'm not going to send an away party to investigate because I think that comes with a chance of losing a crew member, and I would not want to lose any of these valued crew members. Let's move on. Yes, it's thanks to Ratmost that I supposedly have a cheese house. Has now been independently confirmed by 2 visitors, which is a bit of a problem. Right, powering up their FTL drive and cloaking. These guys really want to get away from me. I think I can still hit the ship before they get away, because the flak charges relatively quickly. And I guess I'll hit piloting to try and stop said cloak from happening. Said FTL from happening. Okay, we did manage to delay it. We also set the engine on fire. We should probably have used the cloak button. Again, I'm really bad at not doing that. What is happening in my stream? Ratmoist.com. Because T-Baggo has a VIP badge, he can post links. He's not necessarily to be trusted with that ability. Please don't visit any websites that you're not sure about. I cannot vouch for their contents. Okay, please just die. Thank you. It's fine. We didn't have the Mantis didn't do any repairs at any point. They just chilled out in the shields room while the shields were offline. Don't forget you have. I keep forgetting I have cloak. I am sorry for forgetting I have cloak. Let me have more power so I can have cloak on. I might remember. You'd think I'd be good at this game by now. I would never post anything bad in Emma stream, says LT Bagger. I know, I trust you. Is Ratmost disappointed that that domain is taken? Was it your plan for your website? Stress beacon. Will this one still be reachable? We'll find out. Oh, you bought the domain. Ah, okay, that's why it's safe. Redirects to ratmost.com. Yes, which that makes perfect sense. Ratmost is a really cool name, and I'm glad nobody else had the domain. Did that come about from a typo on your in your chat, Ratmost, or did your viewers come up with it deliberately? Oh wow, I downloaded the ship's data stores without the ship being activated. I don't think I've ever done that before. Very nice. So we now know the location of the store in this sector. It's over there. Let's just go to some ships, shall we? Stupid stores being on the other side of the galaxy. I don't know who you are, but no one defies the Rebel fleet. Well, I'll have you know, defying the Rebel fleet has become something of a pastime of mine. Please enjoy your defiance. The pompous bastards expected free service just because they defeated the Federation. Well, yes. They haven't defeated the Federation yet. We have one last hope. In the form of this. Lots of good store locations this run, says Harry. I agree. Several people independently made the Ratmoist goof, and then one friend in particular really leaned into it. Was that one friend T-Bago? I know you have a lot of friends, Ratmost. Ratmost is an incredibly successful streamer and has a large viewer base, which includes many people from my own community, which I'm very grateful that I've been able to spread the love around to amazing streamers like that. The ship emitting the distress beacon messages you. Sorry to bother you, but we're out of fuel and can't get out of this barren sector. Okay, I never like giving fuel when I've got relatively little, but we'll be able to get more. I'm sure this will go fine. You give them the fuel. And this extra scrap of penny. Yeah, this dialogue does pay quite nicely in scrap. I feel like it's worth doing. Okay. How about we have a slightly more useful artillery beam? Boop. Boop. Boop, boop. There we are. Now every 30 seconds instead of every 50 seconds. You stumble across a forward scout of the Rebel fleet. Everyone is so determined to get away from us. I don't know why they don't like us. We've been nothing but welcoming to everybody we meet. Which drones? Oh, shield. Shield overcharger. You can't see because it's behind my face cam, but this says shield overcharger. I'm not sure what that does. Well, it overcharges the shield, obviously, but what does that mean? I think it's supposed to put more shield in, but obviously if you can destroy the shields in one volley, then it doesn't do much. Okay. Thank you for adding the quote, Harry. Yes, defying the rebel fleet has become something of a pastime of mine. Should I try and make it to this store? I have to have 2 sectors possibly without a ship, but that's okay. I think I can get there. There are no other ships near this beacon. You detect a small communications relay. Chatter revolves around troop and fleet movements, not particularly interesting. Surely I can use that information to evade the rebel fleet or something interesting. Yes, I know, I've got to check every store because one of them might have a pre-igniter. One merchant seems to be mass broadcasting a request for a mercenary ship to aid him. Shall we respond? Yeah, let's respond. Another cargo of drone parts that we don't... we don't need drone parts, but I'll accept it. And maybe this time there'll actually be someone at the other end of the quest. I'm going to have to fight the rebel fleet quite badly. I hope this store is worth it. You arrived at a small space station that's putting out wideband broadcast on black market channels. You doubt they would turn away any business regardless of allegiances. That is not a weapon pre-igniter. Sadly, this is only a burst laser 1, not a burst laser 2. We have a whole bunch of rock crew members. Chain burst laser is still only 2 shots, so it's not amazing. Like, we could use each of these, they only require 2 power. Breach bomb, I mean, I have 36 missiles. Battery charger, I don't have a backup battery. I just don't think backup battery is that good. Like, I could just buy more power. And then I've got the power always. Prevent enemy defense drones from targeting anything. So, if I understand this augment correctly, it doesn't mean the drones can't shoot you, it just means they can't target things. So they'll hit randomly. But, yeah. It seems good still, though. Nit wants me to get Burst Laser 1 and go Weapons 8 melt ships. You have cloak for retaliation. That does seem like a good time, Nit. You make a compelling argument. And I could always swap it out for Burst Laser 2 if I did get one. Yeah, let's go maximum pew pew, shall we? That seems like fun. Though I need to save 190 more scrap plus some power, which we can... We're doing pretty well for scrap this run. Do I get anything else from this store? Apart from maybe like a couple of points of... Oh, and fuel. I'm definitely going to buy fuel, actually, looking at the fuel I've got. Hacking is good. I don't know, Nit, how good is Defense Scrambler? I'm assuming it's quite good because of the price. Bad. Yeah. Fair enough. I won't bother then. I was thinking it just doesn't seem that great. Okay, and I'm definitely not buying... I seem destined to never use missiles. I have used drones a couple of times. So yeah, the only other thing to get would be hacking. It's bad because you can cheese a hacking drone so it's useless in that regard. I suppose, yeah, the main reason you'd want to stop enemy drones is for a hacking drone. It can be good, but mostly bad, yeah. I think I'll save my money for powering this burst laser. seems like a good time. Also, we still need to somehow get to the exit. I can do 2 more beacons and then jump to the exit without having to fight the rebels until the last jump, so I'll do that. Defense drone. It's fine. Only Defense Drone 2 can shoot down lasers. Defense Drone Mark 1 can't shoot down projectiles area. And I guess Defense Drones can't shoot down flak, can they? Or can they? I feel like probably doesn't matter. Oh, I should use my cloak. Emma, you have a cloak, remember. Use it. No. Yeah, this loadout kills ships pretty quickly. Once we get this burst laser, it's going to be very quick. Okay, this time, Nit, I think we will have the anti-ship battery on us because it's so far into the rebel fleet. I'm going to demand the surrender of your goods. I dare say you will try to escape. I intend to not let you. The ship's cargo was not salvageable. Oh, right. They seem to have been surveying the region. They possess detailed maps and data. Thank you for providing me with a map of the sector at this point in the game. Bit late. Yeah, so I think see the fleet's anti-ship batteries will be firing on you at this location. So these ones that are flashing red, the rebels are about to gain control of this beacon. They won't fire at you, but if it's already red, they will. I assume they will at the exit beacon as well. It doesn't actually say they will at the exit beacon. Oh wow, okay. They don't even fire on you at the exit beacon on easy. Okay, yeah, maybe easy is starting to get a bit easy. Not even an ASB to worry about. If you cloak well, you can dodge the ABS with 92% accuracy. Yeah, it's. I need to upgrade the engine. One more. Well, if I get the Ari's evasion skill up, which is just 1 more point, then that will bring this to 39, and if I that will give me 99% evasion, and if I upgrade the engines 1 more point, that will give me full evasion. Yes. I think because it's easy mode, they don't have ABS on the exit beacon to make it easier for you to escape. I think that's what they're doing. And fortunately, we have this clearly overpowered weapons loadout. Which I can just kind of auto-fire and it kills everything. We don't need the... We're not making good use of this 3 power. We don't need the artillery beam because we can kill the ship before it actually fires. Yeah, okay. If you're overtaken by the rebel fleet, an ASB will always be present with 2 exceptions. They don't appear if you're at a nebula beacon or the exit beacon while playing on easy mode. Yeah, it does actually show it. Every single beacon here has the environmental hazard symbol, which is the red circle. And it says anti-ship battery will be flying at you, but this one doesn't. But yes, the rebels have thoroughly taken over this sector. Okay, Zoltan Homeworlds is the next one. So let's get going. Yeah, possibly the Zoltan quest. That would be nice if we manage to find it. That's one we haven't done yet. Nit, do I need anything for the Zoltan quest I don't have? I don't think I do, but it's worth checking. Because I'm about to spend all my scrap on weapon control anyway. And store. Pre-igniter. Damn it! I mean, automated reloader to fire my weapons faster. Does automated reloader apply to the artillery beam? It actually slightly help with that. No, it doesn't. Okay, then it's useless. I like how for 40 scrap you can have a life form scanner that detects the location of any life forms. Or for 45 scrap you can have a slug, which also detects the locations of any life forms. So for 5 more scrap you can have a crew member as well. So the life form scanner doesn't seem good value. Hello Bestest Hazel, Bestest Azazelzel. Thank you for redeeming Russian comfort as your flower of the day. The bot command is broken. Let me manually activate it. There we go. Exclamation mark Hazel Azazelzel puts the game into Hazel colours. And if anyone's wondering what Hazel colours are, I have this handy chart to demonstrate that Hazel gave me. So I've done quite a good job of replicating that in my filter. This game is one of the more playable ones with the Hazel filter enabled. Although the ship hit points go blue and the jump button goes green for some reason. Hello, Mike Hopley, who says, hi, Reloader does actually apply to the artillery beam. Okay, that's interesting information to know. I'm probably still not going to buy it. But yeah, that's that does save 3 seconds on the cooldown. Slugs can be killed, says Harry, who is apparently not a fan of slugs. I would never let a crew member die. That doesn't sound like something I would do. Okay. I'm feeling slightly disoriented trying to look at this screen. Okay, Nit and Mike are now arguing about whether the automated reloader actually works. Right, I don't want defense or boarding drones, I don't think. My strategy is very much just maximum pew pew, and I think on easy that's going to be enough. I'm going to buy more fuel because I keep running out of fuel. If I was running the Kestrel, I would get a slug crew member in order to LT Bango says Lanius no longer drain O2 and now fill the room with yellow. That's a good point. You don't want to know what the Lanius has filled the room with, but suffice to say you still take damage if you go in there. Yeah, if I was doing the Kestrel, I still need the achievement for 6 different alien species, so I would take a slug, but I don't think I will this time. We might get the Zoltan quest. By the way, this is not the Zoltan quest. This is just a cargo of drone parts from the previous sector. Mike says what's really weird is your weapons crew get training when the artillery fires. I did figure that out, yes. The doctor here did get some points of weapons skill from standing over here when the artillery beam is over here. Mike says, trust me, I'm the super admin for the wiki. Yeah, I should probably believe what you say. I can't believe we've had so many people come in here who are, you know, sort of very experienced FTL fans. You know, we obviously, you know, Nit is obviously very experienced, having 100%ed the game. But then we had Tom, was it, who's done like multiple cycles on hard mode. Hope you're enjoying FDL, by the way, says Mike. I am enjoying it, and it does look like I've convinced several of my community members to try it as well. Both Harry and El Tibago in chat. Well, Harry has been playing it, and Tibago has just bought it. Also, another streamer I follow who's actually quite a bit bigger of a streamer than me, Tiny Toxic Tofu, picked it up after seeing me play it. So I like to think I've spread the fandom around a bit. Yes, thank you for that shout out. I won't leave the Hazel filter on permanently, by the way. Just I feel like Hazel deserves a few minutes of it. Let's go to this distress beacon and then let's make our way up to this quest. We might be able to find the Zoltan quest. Yes, Tofu is a Twitch ambassador and partner and other impressive things. So I feel like the fact that she played the game has given it a bit of exposure. I kind of like these colours, says Mike. Yeah, I basically have a filter that turns every game purple, yellow and orange. Just because of Hazel. Let me jump this way, go to these nebulas and then go to the quest. Okay, these are boring sectors. A mineral-rich asteroid Zoltan have left idle, but you've none of the necessary equipment to mine them. I want this game to have an augment that's a mining laser, and you can get extra scrap from this event, and only this event. A store. Okay, weapon pre-igniter time. The Zoltan are fascinated by other species and have set up something as an alien knick-knack shop here. Why not take a look? That is not a pre-igniter. We have another flak one. There is a blue option with scrap recovery arm. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to bear that in mind for future. I was offered a scrap recovery arm this time and I didn't buy it. Yes, we have these things. If I didn't already have this burst laser, I would be tempted to get the flak. Should I buy the flak anyway? How much does burst laser sell for? 25. So it's effectively 40 to fire 3 shots instead of 2, but I can't control where they go. But I don't care because flak. Yes, the diggy hole option. Mike says scrap recovery arm is not a great purchase strategically, though that's more of an issue on hard. Yes, I am thinking of... I'm on easy at the moment, by the way, because I'm a casual scrub. Also, I just want to unlock all the ships. Yes, I think it pays for itself if you buy it in like sector 1 or 2. Like it more than pays for itself by the end of the run. But of course, then that's 50 scrap you're not spending on surviving the first few sectors. So I completely agree on hard, where the scrap rewards are lower anyway. It's kind of less effective. Easy is not easy in this game. It's very good to stay on easy for a while. I have tried it on normal. I got all the way to the final phase of the flagship on normal. But then I did die to the final phase of the flagship. They took out my cloak at a critical time and it snowballed from there. I definitely could win on normal with the Kestrel and some decent RNG. And I will do that on stream at some point. But at the moment I'm just going around unlocking every ship, which is why I'm doing the Federation cruiser now. Of course, buy the flak, triple flak times, says Nit. You have convinced me. Sell you. Put you there. Triple flak. Now, do I also want a Zoltan? Because I will be buying more reactor power. And for double the point of a normal reactor power, you get a reactor power that can walk around. Which is sometimes useful. Although, the problem is it's quite late in the game. And in order to get value from the reactor power, you have to put them in one of the rooms that they can power, i.e. Engines, piloting, shields, or weapons. And we've kind of got people with experience in those already. Does Zoltan have experience in... Oh, it only has... Oh wait, hang on, okay. You can't tell because I've got the hazel filter on, but that's a green bar in shields. So they've only got the first level. But Nit actually doesn't have a full bar of shield skill yet. You can get double value by putting them in cloaking, as they can pull the power. Interesting, I did not know that. You're dodging too well. Yeah, I'm dodging so well that I killed the enemy before they got a shot off. Shields are not needed. No, I'm sure Nit would rather be fighting rather than having to operate the shields. So I feel like I might buy a Zoltan. Put them in shields, because that's actually an upgrade from what we had anyway. And yeah, it's a free point of reactor power. So... Let me test out this thing with... Can I test it out while I'm build here? So if I unpower cloak, put them in there. Right, you know, I get what you mean. So I activate the cloak, that ions the cloak, but I can move... Actually, if I move them... Don't open that door. The door's very important not to open. If I move them out while cloaked, does it insta-uncloak? Yes, okay. I can't move them out while cloaked, but what I can presumably do is when the cloak is on its cooldown, I can move them out and get the point of power back, whereas normally the cloak locks you into spending a point of power on the cooldown. That is a little bit cheesy, but a very interesting thing. It's the sort of thing that I'm glad I have experts on the game here to advise me on, because I'd never figured it out myself. I figured out the whole, oh yeah, put the Zoltan in here and you get a free point of power. But, okay. Well, now I just need to save up scrap for, obviously, my third flak weapon. Let's go... I think I can visit both of these because the nebula will slow down the fleet. Stuff like hacking bypass, and this is just to get win more consistently. Oh, absolutely, yes. Yes, on hard difficulty, I completely agree you need everything you can get. There's also the thing where you pick a fight with a ship that can't penetrate your shields, and you just sit there until your crew have leveled up piloting shields and engines. Which is also a very tedious cheese, but also an effective one. Mike says, personally, I find the tricks really fun. There are so many to discover. I agree. Stop hacking my engines. How am I supposed to evade you with no engines? That seems unfair. Okay. I could time that better. I need to time the shield. Hang on. Why are these two flak cannons hitting the ship at different times? They're both going to take exactly 10 seconds to charge. But why are the two volleys hitting at different times? Because one of them... Wait, because one of them is further back on your ship. Wait, that's actually a thing. That's actually a thing, Mike. Oh my god, that's amazing. So, because this flak cannon is firing from here, and this flak cannon is firing from here, this one has to go further. So I could sync them perfectly by doing that. But I wouldn't want to do that, because if I do that, then my burst laser 2 depowers first. Also, also when I get a third flat cannon, it's going to be out of sync anyway because it'll be up here. Mike says there are some cool tactics that revolve around swapping weapon slots dynamically. Yeah, because you can just do this, can't you? And it doesn't depower the weapon. The more I learn about this game, surprising depth to it. Hang on, Hazel was saying stuff. Hacking bypass is very useful, says Nit. Personally, I find the tricks really fun. There's so many to discover. The cheese of tedium, says Matt Most. Hazel says, Gertchie, my wife just walked by and said, it's cool you're watching someone play FTL. And I was like, oh, I don't know anything about this game, I just like Gertchie. But as per usual, the trans women stereotypes are strong. Is that a thing? Is this one of those games that trans women are supposed to like? Because I know Celeste falls into that category, and that was one of the reasons I played it. I wasn't aware of that for FTL. I bought this game in 2014 or whenever it was, when it came out. Was it 2014? I bought it when it came out, and I played it, and I loved it, and I thought a few weeks ago, you know what, I should stream it. So, I mean, well, I wasn't out as trans when I bought it. Obviously, I knew what it was. Ignore how badly I spelled your name there. Oh yeah, Gertchie with a Y. I mean, you could still pronounce that Gertchie. Hazel says, I don't know for sure, maybe you and my wife just have extremely similar taste. I mean, we are both trans women who are fans of video games, so... Probably. Some games are just good. And I'm very glad that that your wife likes it as well. Oh wow, Tom is here. Okay, so currently in my chat I have Mike, who is apparently super admin of the FTL wiki, and I have Tom, who is a god of this game from everything I've seen. I should really be playing more of the game then, shouldn't I? Let's go see if anyone showed up for this shipment. You're supposed to deliver drone parts to a station here. Wow, okay. Someone's actually here. You find the station and they respond to your hails immediately, saying, it took you long enough. We have practically no use for these now. I refuse to pay full price. Take this and leave the cargo in our holds. Do we accept the paltry payment of 29 scrap, or... and I guess this is a blue option because of how many weapons we have. Remain silent but power up your weapons. You know what? I'm actually going to turn off Hazel mode now. I think it's been on long enough for everyone to get the point. But the blue options should be blue. Otherwise, they're not real blue options. Let me remain silent and power up my weapons. Oh, look! They're offering us more scrap. You make a good point. You travelled all the way out here to fulfill our request, despite what must have been a difficult scenario to cause such a delay. Here, we'll even tip you for the inconvenience you must have gone through. That's more like it. I'm on my 3rd stealth B run of the day, says Tom, and I'm sure that's on hard difficulty. Nit says I'm such a baby next to these two. Nit, you have 100%ed the game, haven't you? You've beaten the game on hard with every ship, and presumably got every achievement. To me, that is more than enough to be an accomplished player of this game. Does the Zoltan quest show up as a distress or anything specific? I'm just wondering if I have any chance still of getting it in this sector. It says I did, but I have like 33% win rate. I mean, 33% win rate on hard is still good, I feel. Yes, the people who've got cycles, which is beating the game on hard with every ship in a row without losing, they're inhuman as far as I'm concerned. Am I giving them the fuel when I only have 9 fuel? I suppose. What's the worst that could happen? Of course we get a weapon we can't use. I mean, it's 2 power, so we could use it instead of our... This would potentially actually do more damage than the third flak, and it's only 2 power. It's just that 3 flak is funnier. Yeah, this is 2 damage on systemless rooms. So with good timing, this is 6 damage per shot. This is only 3. And this is targeted as well, or targetable. Now I'm thinking about genders in FTL. LTBago, I'm not the sort of person who looks at fan art / fan fiction, but I'm sure somebody else has already thought about that. The human crew members have either a male or female skin and names, but the aliens are just aliens within the game. Outside of the game, who knows? Right, one more good scrap reward, and I'll be able to power this. How am I getting back to the exit, actually? This beacon is going to be in the fleet. Yeah, I didn't time this well. I can't get here to here, so I'll have to waste a jump returning to this location. Or fight the rebels. I mean, I could always fight the rebels. Let's go here first. Nit says, to be honest, in Reddit there's some good and funny animation. I don't look for other type though. An unarmed Zoltan transport vessel is slowly making its way toward the beacon here. They hail, this is a Zoltan peace envoy. We carry no weapons or shielding and rely on the mercy of others to communicate our message. Something tells me I should hear them out, so I'm going to. We take your silence for interested contemplation. They talk at length about peace and harmony, but either it's beyond your simple mind or it's all nonsense. They finish. Please spread the word of enlightenment to those that have not heard. Once you have, contact our brethren. They transmit coordinates of their so-called brethren. Added a quest marker to the next sector. Okay, we might actually be doing the Zoltan quest. I'm glad I came here, even though, yeah. So if I go here, I have to go back. If I go here and then leave, I don't think it's worth it. It's the same number of beacons and I have to fight the rebels, so I'm just going to go here. At least I got the quest. LTBago says, Mantis are probably all female. Males are probably smaller / dead. Engi and Lanius are probably asexual. Yeah, because Engi are basically robots, aren't they? Slugs are hermaphroditic. Yes, because they are in real life. Rocks are just rocks. Zoltan are triple asexual. Okay, I'm sure someone's made that joke before, but that's a good one. T-Bago, that is a good one. I'm saving that one as a quote. Most of my quotes are things I've said, and yes, I have said enough stupid things to have a database of 60 quotes. But I'm saving that one. Mantis captains are mostly males. Of course, blame the stupid patriarchy. Of course the males are in charge. Okay, do I want to repair 10 damage for... No, 5 damage for 10 scrap. Probably. That was only 4 hull points. You scammed me out of 2 quotes. 2 scrap. This game has produced a few quotes, says Harry. It has produced a few quotes, but so have many of my other games. Factorio had some great ones. Tom says there is dialogue where it tells you are faced with a female mantis saying females have to be particularly ferocious to become captains. I mean, if there's one species out there that's good at being particularly ferocious, it's the mantis. Factorio is great, says Harry. Yes, that's another game that Harry picked up after seeing me play it. You jump into a debris field that used to be a Zoltan cruiser. Unfortunately, its NG escort takes you for the attacker and retaliates. Well, that's very much their loss. Okay, my now synchronized flat cannons. That's better. Well, yes, there was the time when I went, hey, I wonder what happens if you shoot a nuclear reactor in Factorio with predictable consequences. Okay. Now witness the firepower of this fully operational spaceship. I mean, I have to turn off some stuff to have it, but there we go. 3 flat cannons, and now I'll put the burst laser at the back because I wouldn't want it to be unpowered if I took damage. Mantis female comes on the vid screen. The females don't make it to authority unless they're particularly vicious. You power the weapons. That's a dialogue. Yes, my thing about the patriarchy was only a joke. I'm sure they don't have patriarchy in the Mantis society. On account of... That seems like a good way to get attacked. Intruders! Until you're able to jump away from the hostile space station, your sensors will be disabled. Well, congratulations on teleporting into the room with a mantis in it. That was a great start. And it's also the med bay. So, like, thank you for making this the easiest fight in history. I'm just annoyed that it's not a fight that's going to give me any more scrap. Yeah, this was not well thought through on their end. There we go. Right, Nit has leveled up combat skill and now does 10% more damage. Let's get them a couple of extra kills by moving our other crew out. Wait, hang on. There's more borders in our engines. Our engines have literally only just noticed our engines are getting shot at as well. Okay. Apparently our med bay is not good enough for Nit to solo 3 crew. Don't die, Nit. Okay. There we go. No, don't. You can't run away from us that easily. Oh wait, they still had full health as well. Damn it. I'm not sure why I'm giving Nit so much, trying to give Nit more experience. They don't really need it. It's just funny, I guess. Also, I should really have noticed that there was someone else in the engine room. There we go. What I'm guessing happened is they sent a party of 4 boarders, but then because medbay can only hold 3, one spilled over into the door. Yeah, this is the thing, Nick. We could get you on the scoreboard. So yeah, that was another 3 combat points. Right, I think we killed all the boarders. Let's carefully walk our NG over without going through the sensor room. Repair the doors. Oh, and heal Harry. Yeah, the problem is if I'm lazy and I press the return crew to save positions button, the NG walks through this room and takes like 3 points of damage. 6 points of damage. Save your position in there. Okay, final beacon. Ooh, yes, my favourite end of sector thing. These are dangerous times. If you have extra missile, military-grade explosives, we'll gladly pay you for them. I have 39 extra ones. Are you sure you don't want all of them? For 90 scrap? But I'll definitely do this. Then... Probably more shield. I should have at least 3 shield points. Also, I'm definitely going to run out of fuel. This is what happens. I took that that event where you have to give people fuel and they give you scrap. I took that event twice and I'm going to regret that. Slug controlled nebula or NG controlled? At least 7 kills total to build BTL and Mipta. Yes, we've got to get Nit on the scoreboard under most kills. We can't have a human having most kills on the scoreboard. It's got to be a mantis. It just makes sense. On the one hand, nebulas. On the other hand, slugs. NG controlled. Regarding gender and FTL, says Mike, Sleeping Dragon, one of the best players, is non-binary. Kix, original lead dev of the largest mod, is a trans woman. JMar, formerly Justin, is one of the 2 developers of the game trans woman. That's really cool. I did not know the game had trans developers. I mean, perhaps, possibly, depending on the timing, it didn't at the time of release, at least not openly, and that's why I hadn't heard of it. That is really cool. Yes, I know about some trans developers, like Celeste, obviously. And yeah, I feel like any video game community is going to have a higher proportion of queer people than you might expect, just because video gaming seems to be a hobby that queer people tend to enjoy. But I have noticed certain games attract us more. And very good to hear that Celeste, that FTL is one of them. Yeah, obviously Celeste is one of them. Very good to hear that FTL is one of them. In game, there's a mantis who identifies as human and goes by the name Robert Smith. Some of the crew names are really cool. The game was had like a Kickstarter backing thing originally, didn't it? So I don't know if you got to name crew members as a reward for that, but some of them are really good. Gertrude is top tier in his trans crew. Crazy world. Not top tier at this game, but if you're saying I'm top tier in general, then that's very kind of you, and I appreciate that. Okay, let's go to the slug control nebula. With our 2 fuel, what could possibly go wrong? You're told the slug homeworld is somewhere in this nebula. You can't see them, but you know they're watching. Okay, so we have to get all the way down here for the quest, and then all the way back up. Okay, fortunately these paths all connect. For Zoltan quest, you will have to choose the right options. Do you want to tell you those? Probably best if you do, Nit, just for the sake of showing the Zoltan quest on stream. For the benefit of people who are never going to play this game. It would be nice to show how it all works. 21211. Okay, hopefully that will make more sense nearer the time. Do you have to figure that out randomly, or is there a pattern that you can kind of tell to it? Because I feel like getting the quest like repeatedly until you choose the right options would be tedious. But the main idea of the quest is to be as peaceful as possible. Yes, that completely fits in with the Zoltan, so that makes sense. You're surprised to find a ship without slug markings stranded all the way out here, and move in to provide assistance. When you see the pirate insignia on the hull, you quickly reconsider. I mean, we don't reconsider. We just are providing a different type of assistance. We've noticed your hull doesn't have as many holes in it as it could, and we would like to rectify that situation for you now. Also, Mantis having a lovely fight with the slug again. I'm afraid your weapons might be a bit dead. I do hope that doesn't cause you any problems. Ooh. We got a crew kill. I wasn't expecting to get a crew kill with 3 flaks and a burst laser too, but I guess their crew must all have been in. They must have just had 1 crew member in the weapons room, or possibly 2 crew members repairing in the weapons room. Now that their ship has been emptied of hostiles, you search it. Eventually, you find a prisoner who offers to join your crew. We have a slug. We do, in fact, have one of every alien. Although it's not the Kestrel, so I don't get an achievement for it. And they have combat skill, so they can assist Nit with any fighting that needs to be done, I guess. But for now we can park them indoors for the free point of upgrade to the doors system. Now then, I had a redeem for name a crew member, outstanding still. 53 New Wave, who may have gone to bed by now, since they did redeem this in Sector 1. Very patiently, Bruno Secondo, they would like to name the next crew member. I have to say, a slug named Bruno Secondo is the funniest thing I've heard all day. There we go. Or Bruno for short. That fight was annoying. Flak 2, 2 burst laser 2s, and 3 cloak. Yeah, that's basically like a worse version of my weapons, and my weapons are pretty powerful, I would think. I'm so glad that I haven't run across that, but I suppose I'm on easy. Easy does actually give you easier fights as well as more scrap, so yeah, it adjusts a lot of things about the game. Mike says the quest is to be as peaceful as possible, apart from their general attitude of "your papers are out of date, now die." Yes, you do get that from the Zoltan sometimes. Right, the one thing that event didn't give us was any more fuel. We are about to run out of fuel in a nebula. And I would hate for the Rebel fleet to catch us and we don't get to the quest. That would be bad. So, let's hope for something here. Okay, we're spawning in on the left, which means there's a ship. That's good news. The Mantis attack ship here looks to have been hunting slugs on their home turf. A rare test of honour for the mightiest Mantis crews. Weapons up. They are charging their FTL. Since I really need this fuel, let's make absolutely sure they don't get away. Also, it looks like we might have some boarders coming in. Interesting, they chose to fight in a room with no oxygen. How's that working out for them? Actually, do I need to send Nit? I might send Nit just a little... Give Nit a little bit of action because, you know, he deserves it. I'll have the medbay powered for when he comes back. He will lose health more quickly than normal. On account of no oxygen. Need to be careful here. Let's get you both out of there into midway. Ow. I should have cloaked through that missile. I was focusing on not having my crew die, but I should have noticed that. Help that. I mean, now they're going to destroy our sensors, which is not exactly something we need in a nebula. Okay. Cloak this time. Oh, right, yeah. Only 75% evasion because our engines are damaged. We rolled unluckily on that missile. That's fine. It's my own fault for mistiming the cloak. Right, much as I'm tempted to send Nit to repair this O2, I won't make him do that. Let's get the Lanius out of the med bay so that we can actually heal people in it. Why is the med bay still... Oh, because the O2's down, of course. Is it worth having... With a Lanius on board, is it worth having a level 2 med bay just so you can actually heal other people at the same time as a Lanius? Okay. Oh, I should save the slug's positioning doors as well. Right, now I can get some more power. And I think we're basically upgraded now. I think this is all we really need. Apart from more power and like buffers in like O2, cloak, piloting should all be upgraded to 2 so that if I take damage they don't just stop working. Probably not in easy mode you can afford it. Yes, that's true. But what's strictly necessary for hard mode versus what you can afford in easy mode is going to be quite different. Ratmo says, is anyone else on mobile? I can't get the settings menu to open and I'm curious if it's a me problem. Twitch do like to break their mobile app surprisingly often. I didn't have problems with it earlier when I was lurking on mobile, but I don't know. This ship, this fight disables our oxygen. I probably should have let my oxygen charge to 100 before I jumped. It's only at 91%. I mean, the fight's probably going to be over before it matters, but... just kill them fast enough, says Nid. Exactly. You're fine, you're in the mid bay. Okay, that was a lot of misses. I feel like I got unlucky there. Also, I should really charge the artillery beam faster. I don't think we'll need it, but you never know. Stop missing! There we go. Slug shipwrecks apart and your systems return to normal. Yeah, O2. Right, this time I'm letting O2 charge fully. I'm also going to get some more power. 2 more bars of power, in fact. So now I can fully power my artillery beam. I might get 1 more point into engines. Maybe even 2 more points into engines. But definitely 1 more point. 1 more point into engines will make cloak a guaranteed evasion, which I feel is quite important. Sorry, I'm just sitting here waiting for the O2 to recharge. Does it go faster with the... No. Normally it goes faster to recharge if you open the doors. But if I open my doors, then the Lanius starts draining oxygen. Ellis, thank you for summoning Blowhigh. I suppose I should go and fetch him for you. It's a while since we've had Blowhigh on our ship. I need to remember to do that for our next run. We had Dr. Blowhigh. I don't think we've had DJ Blowhigh on the ship yet. There are many other Blowhighs. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly, and we love him. Boop. And yes, I am falling into trans stereotypes by having one of these, but I recommend them for everyone. They are amazing. I am not sponsored by IKEA. Although I do have several plushies, as you can see. Oh, my outfit today is just this navy blue dress, which is very plain, but it does go spinny. Ooh. All the best dresses go spinny. The very best dresses go spinny and have pockets. This one, unfortunately, does not have pockets. But I do have one that does both, and that is amazing. Hi, Blow Hi, says Hazel. Thank you for using the exclamation mark Blow Hi command, Ellis. Oh, it's a little bit too hot in here to be holding plushies. But I'll do my best. If it gets too much, I'll have to put him down. But, best display. Ratmos says to Hazel, I think I forgot to say hi, and Hazel says to Ratmos, you did say hi, and I said ooh, but I was kind of late anyway. Heck yes, hi again, says Ratmos. I love when my favourite streamers know each other and friends with each other. It's so amazing. Okay, we need to go to this quest. So doop, but I could probably get this beacon in first. Can you make an alias for the Blowhigh command that is named Blowhigh with the little ring on the A? And the answer is yes. I didn't figure anybody would bother to type in the A character, but I suppose I shouldn't assume. Plenty of people, non-native English speakers, might be using a keyboard that has it. 1 second here. Let me just add that alias for you. I'm literally going to copy the character out of your message, Ellis, because I... And now we get to find out whether I'm passing Twitch messages with the correct encoding, I guess. I believe I am. There we go. I have added the alias to the command Ellis as per request. A slug transport ship. We've been waiting for a customer for ages. Care to see our wares? I know this is probably a fight, but that's fine. These are dangerous times, yes. Ooh. We have a blue option because we have a slug. We can actually get every alien-based blue option now because we have all the aliens. There are others that are based on systems. We don't have all the systems, obviously. Our slug senses someone aboard the ship. Investigate it, and yes, surprise, surprise, it's a fight. We could not possibly have seen that one coming. Notice that even without our sensors, because we're in a nebula, our sensors aren't functioning, but we can see where the enemy is on the ship because we have a slug crew member, which is very useful. We could try and target them if we wanted to, but I think I'll just shoot their weapons. Okay, that went pretty well. Suppose now I could shoot this. We accept what exchange restores and extra lives. Yes, because it might be fuel. It was 2 fuel. Okay. Nit says you technically don't have all the aliens. Ah, is there a super secret one that I don't have yet? I have all the ones that you can start with in the ships that I've unlocked. I'm guessing there's some sort of super secret one that I don't have. Okay, I'm going to do that last point in engines. So now my evasion is 40%. With cloak, that adds 60%, takes it up to 100%. Guaranteed to evade things if I'm cloaked now. Of course that happens right when I go to a store. Okay, I'm not even going to this store because if I go to this store, it will show me a weapon pre-igniter that I won't be able to afford. We'll go around it like this. The distress call appears to be emanating from a slug ship caught in open space by Mantis radar. Do we attack the Mantis or the slugs? I mean, the slugs are promising to give us stuff if we save them, so I should probably attack the Mantis, even though the slugs are almost certainly lying. Besides, it means more borders for Nit to fight. Although, actually, I might do this to start with. You kill the Mantis and the slugs. Well, yes, I mean, that's the obvious solution. Okay. Right, now we send in the... fighting? Yes, Nit. You know, that thing that you love to do. Actually, while they're still there, I can probably just continue draining the oxygen. It's alright, Nit. I'll give you a chance to fight them in a minute. Oh, and their next choice of target is the room with Alanius in that's already out of oxygen. These Mantis are not too smart. Oh, they teleported back. I thought we were going to kill their ship before their teleport recharged, but we didn't quite manage it. The Mantis defeated. You contact the weakened slug vessel. You see, they begin. We are most grateful, but that is, we do not currently have the liquid assets to reward you at this time. I'm so sorry to hear that. Right. Sort this out. Sorry for depriving you the joy of kill, Nit. Okay, so we did pick up an augmentation. Automatically puts out fires, which I feel is not the worst thing to have. And it might mean we have enough to afford a pre-igniter if we get one at the store. So let's go there. There's only one of the ship at this beacon, and it is showing heavy damage. You receive a message on your console. Greetings, traveller. We were crippled by a band of pirates and now forced to sell our remaining valuable equipment to apply necessary supplies to get home. It's not here. Now, the question is, I mean, I'll keep this because I haven't got any other augments. Are we going to go full flak lasers, or shall we use the hull beam? I feel like we should probably... I feel like we can probably defeat the flagship with this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get fuel, Nit. Yes, thank you. I'm just debating whether to sell this for 35 scrap. Or sell one of the flaks. I think for the memes, if nothing else, we should do all flaks. So I'm going to sell this. I'm going to buy all the fuel. I don't need any more aliens, and I don't need any more weapons. So, just find another flak one. Yeah, sadly, there's not another flak one offered. If I find another flak one, I will be tempted to buy it. So, what do we want? We could get another point of engines. We need to probably have... These 3 systems have at least 2 points in them. Maybe doors as well. Crazy that you bought Cloak and used it like twice. I will be using Cloak in the boss fight, Knit, don't worry. I don't know. I feel like the artillery beam just isn't needed. But at the same time, this is the artillery beam ship. So let's at least try and use the artillery beam. So there. Now it might actually have a chance to fire before we defeat the ship. Anyway. You arrive to see the sight of 2 slug ships in communication range. They don't see you. Okay, another quest marker. You overhear their conversation and learn they're planning to raid an infamous and likely wealthy pirate ship in the area. The pair jump off and you note down their target coordinates. Okay. I might have more difficulty going to that quest. But we're definitely going to this one. Because bear in mind, all of these jumps, the fleet would move at regular speed. And by the time I've gone like that, the fleet's going to be like over here somewhere. But we are definitely going to this quest. You arrive at the location specified by the peace-loving Zoltan. But the only thing nearby is a rebel ship closing in fast. We found you. You're not getting away this time. Do we attack or attempt to hail them? Yes. So I as Tom was saying, you have to do the peaceful options, and it also confirmed what they are. So yes, we should attempt to hail them. They open communications. I can't imagine there's anything you could say that will save you. The rebellion must destroy those that are still loyal to the obsolete Federation. We can say perhaps there could be a reconciliation of our ideals without war. Surrender, your ultimate destruction is inevitable. We've left scores of rebels destroyed in our wake. Or your rebellion is causing millions of deaths. Your beliefs are dividing the galaxy. Unity is the only option. Well, this is obviously the most peaceful one. So we'll choose that one. Our ideals are too different to be so easily reconciled. You think this could end any way but war? Galaxy is huge. You can find a place for your ideals elsewhere without causing this destruction. Or true progress can only be achieved without bloodshed. Sounds like the peaceful option. Suddenly, all indications of the rebel ship fade away, and a Zoltan fleet appears around your ship. The captain of the ship you met previously materializes on your bridge. Although your methods are crude and most certainly ineffective, it is clear you took our previous meeting to heart. If your ship represents the Federation's willingness to adapt, we shall do what we can to aid in their fight. I will personally assist. A Zoltan cruiser has been unlocked and added to the hangar. Okay, so we have yet another ship unlocked. Ironically, that is the ship that we would have unlocked anyway by beating the game on easy with this ship. So we were going to unlock it anyway, but it's nice to unlock it through the quest. We get some scrap and we get a Zoltan with mastery in piloting and engines. Knit says good, now let's win the coin flip. Sag lost the coin flip. What does the coin flip do out of interest, Knit? Is it just a better reward or is it like another quest? But hello, Zoltan. Oh, wow. Oh, the Zoltan shield. Right, yes. Yeah, given that I have 7 crew members, getting the Zoltan shield would have been better. So the Zoltan shield is an augment that gives me that green shield that takes several hits, like the flagship has and like some other ships have. That would have been better. This guy is pretty skilled, though. Um, yeah, but the problem is I already have a master pilot. Well, not okay. I don't have somebody with gold in combat or repair, but I have an NG who will, even without the repair speed upgrade, will still repair faster than this Zoltan. I have someone with gold in weapons. I have someone with at least green in shields. I mean, I'm going to put him on shields because that's the only useful thing. I don't have gold. It also means that I have 2 Zoltans on shields, which kind of makes sense because that's like one full shield bubble is now brought to you by Zoltan. This looks like a pretty good crew member, yes. So, if anybody would like to name our new crew member, something other than Envoy, do let me know. Otherwise, I will name it after a viewer. What are we going to do now? I think we have to go back into the nebula if we want to escape without fighting the rebels. We can probably just do that. Envoy is the lore name. That's true. We should probably leave them as Envoy then, rather than renaming them. We'll do that. That makes sense. Although I was going to name them Tom Pry because they're clearly amazing at everything. But we'll leave them as Envoy. Nit says, a fun fact. Having 2 Zoltan in shields makes the last shield bubble immune to ion. Oh my god. Okay, I accidentally did a strategy. That's really good to know. I guess if you were somehow able to get 4 Zoltan in there, that would make 2 shield bubbles immune. But let's not worry about that. I'm not that amazing, says Tom, who we have established on multiple occasions is amazing at this game. And everybody knows that if you're amazing at this game, you're amazing in real life. It stands to reason. A slug ship, a rogue you suspect, approaches, but when he sees your Federation, he thinks better of the sneak attack and fires everything he has. Well, I'm going to fire everything I have as well. So, yes. Wait, hang on. You've mind controlled my Zoltan. That's not good. You can be extra fancy and move them in after ion damage was refilled the shield. Ooh, that is extra fancy. Yeah, I do not want my Zoltan to die, especially not my super fancy one. Not our best crew member, I know. Right, you're going in cloak, so that this Zoltan can just destroy the shields in peace. And if necessary, we'll send in the Ari to give them a soft target, or a hard target. See, even Nit is learning new things today. I think I can just kill this ship before any of this matters, but yeah, because it's going to take them a while to work through 6 shield points, and the other ship will be dead by then. Their only weapon is an ion, which is going to ion the shields. But like, oh no, they've got they've got a laser as well. They had a laser. They no longer have a laser. So the damage to the shields doesn't actually matter if the enemy's not hitting you. Will you accept what is in our stores in exchange for our lives? Yeah, go on then. There, now keep your word. Zoltan immediately begins repairing the shield they were just attacking, probably feeling quite sheepish. Mike says, if you're interested, I have a whole video on Zoltan ion shielding. Okay, shield still has to recharge, but yes, it negates the cooldown on the ion damage. That's really cool. Same as my Twitch name. Okay, I'm going to do 2 things. First one, I'm going to follow you on Twitch. And secondly, I'm not gonna watch any videos now, but I'm gonna quickly go to youtube.com/@Mike Lee. And I'm just gonna drop a sub on that. Ooh, 2,500 subs, not bad. Oh, you've got beginner's guides as well. That's really cool. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm just going to drop a link in chat for ease of clicking for others. That does look like a legitimately very good YouTube channel for anyone getting into this game. So thank you for mentioning that. Okay. Wait, that's crazy, says Nit. Discovering the Zoltan ion shield thingy, presumably. Mike knows too much about the mechanics of this game. Mike Defo is the FTL guru. I mean, I feel honoured to have these people here, with me doing my silly, my silly easy mode run. Is this door is safe, right? This door is still safe. It's not flashing red. I think it's safe. Okay, it is. A huge slug teleports from nowhere onto the bridge. Before you can open fire, he's spread his wares across the helm and is brandishing things at you. No weapon pre-igniter, but you know what they have got? You know what they have got in this store? I never thought I would sell a burst laser too, but I feel like, given that this is easy, I feel like it would be wrong not to. It does mean we're not going to be able to buy hacking, but I don't need hacking. Actually, we've got... I was like, oh, it's nearly 4 hours. We must be nearly done. No, we've been playing this really slowly. I think we've got another sector still. Right. I'm doing this just because it's funny. This is not a good play. Burst Laser 2 is better than Flak because you can aim it. The quad Flak is complete. Oh, I can actually still afford hacking. Do you think I should get it? I'll get it. Is your ship's final system slot? Yes. Okay. Hacking is extremely good, yes. I have used it to take down shields on the flagship before. I kind of feel like the shields are going to take themselves down when they see this coming at them. But you could just for the evasion. Hacking is very versatile. Yes, that is very true. Okay. And that really is going to be our final build. Right, I can go to one more beacon and then the exit, I believe, if it's this nebula one. The Quad Flacker, yes. Sadly, I can't rename the ship. So, it is going to be called Heart of Gold and not the Quad Flacker, which is definitely the better name. You find a slug cruiser and rock ship at a standoff, both with weapons armed and ready to fight. You could intervene before this gets out of hand. Hail and see what's wrong. I cannot pay off the rock debt because I have 0 scrap and it costs 12. This is literally the only time in the whole run I've not been able to pay 12 scrap. Please pay the agreed upon price. And we'll have a reactor upgrade. I can't say no to that. That's 35 scraps worth of upgrade. I think I got the good ending on that one. I think there's a pretty bad ending to it as well. Fruity ship name. Yes, Heart of Gold was T-Bago's request for the name. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference. Great book, great radio series, great film, great TV series as well. Great towel. I think my parents somewhere have a tea towel. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy tea towel. Can recommend consuming Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in all its forms. Yes, we have one more. Oh, we have a second abandoned sector. Oh, rename Envoy to Zaphod. Yeah, so this is
Zaphod, if you're okay with renaming Envoy.
Our previous run. Last week we unlocked 3 new ships because we did a quest and then we did another quest. And looks like we might be getting 2 quests in one if we can find it this run as well, which would be amazing. So we're going to the Rebel Stronghold against our better judgment. I think, yeah, let's, while we've got the ship called the Heart of Gold, it's too good an opportunity not to call this crewmate Zaphod. And Izzy did redeem channel points for it. There we go. Can I fit Zaphod Beeblebrox? Not quite. Zaphod the Zoltan definitely has a certain ring to it. Hey Emma, you can unlock the Federation cruiser in this sector. Yes, I'm not going to get any. The only now that I have the Zoltan ship, the only ship I don't have is the Mantis ship. So I need to either beat the game with the Zoltan ship or find the Mantis quest. This would be the quest that would unlock this ship, except I unlocked this ship anyway by winning with the NG ship. Oh, sorry, yes, I don't have the... Oh, is that the super secret? Yes, the super secret crystal ship. Yes. I don't have that one either. That's the one where the quest to unlock it is really, really difficult to get. But you can also unlock it by just beating the game with every other ship, which I suspect is the route I'll be going down. Okay, by the way, do I need anything for the quest on this one that I don't have? Like, do I need sensors upgraded or anything like that? Because I don't have any scrap, but as soon as I get scrap, I will do that. Let's go this way. And it's not guaranteed we get the quest. I have to find the right beacon for it. You can also short-circuit the Crystal Questline by using Rock C. Interesting. I don't have Rock C unlocked. But that's interesting to know. A rebel ship approaches cautiously. Personally, says the captain, I'd have stuck with the Federation. But I'm a soldier, sir, and I'm no use without a water fight. Raise your shields. Consider them raised. I'm also powering up all 4 of my flak cannons. Did those all miss? That was anticlimactic. Okay, that's better. And okay, finally finally we're not damaging the ship fast enough that our artillery actually has a chance to do something. We will not accept surrender. Oh, okay. That was apparently a bug that was patched out. Being able to rename your ship to get the quest. Okay. Maybe I'll do these and then head into the nebula just to get as many beacons as I can. When the rebellion is complete, you'll see the safer world we provide. Well, you won't, but you get the point. They arm weapons. Boop, 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 boop. I love the noise it makes to have 4 flat cannons firing at once. Boom. That's a nice solid boom. Trying to escape, huh? I don't think that's going to go very well for you. Boom. Okay. Your ship is hailed. We found you at last. Prepare to die. Is every single beacon in this sector a rebel fight? Feels like it. Finally finished that stealth B run, says Tom Bright. Congrats, says Nit. I will also extend my congratulations, Tom. Yeah, this was worth doing just for the noise of 4 flax firing at the same time. Hooray! The artillery got a kill. Distress? I want to go here. Nit/Tom, does the quest in the Rebel Stronghold, does that get like indicated as a distress or anything like that? Like, is this likely to be the quest? If not, I'm going to go to these nebulas. Nit says, do you go for weapon buffer early on Stealth B? I mostly rush for Cloak 3 because it's actually perfect timing for Glaive. Cloak 3 is much better. Normal beacon, not nebula, not distress. Whoops, okay. I should probably have gone to these beacons then. This one doesn't... I'll go here and then I'll just visit as many of these as I can. Okay, I was going nebula because you get to visit more beacons because the rebels are slower, but, right. Okay, the regular white beacon will not show a ship detected triangle if you have map data. You arrive at the beacon to find yourself in a huge rebel shipyard. Okay, we found... Well, that was easy. Like this one. It's streamer luck. It's streamer luck. You arrive at the beacon to find yourself in a huge rebel shipyard, scaffolding and construction drones filling the sector. The entire system looks devoted to ship construction, the nearby planets and moons ruthlessly mined to harvest resources for a ship of immense size. Look around or leave immediately. I'm going to look around. Nit says, good luck, this isn't an easy fight. I mean, it's fine. We're on easy, and we have 4 flags. Like, what's the worst that could happen? It's the flagship. Or a half-built flagship. Wait, if we defeat the flagship now, does the game just end? Like, do we win? Emma has 4 flags. Yeah, that's why it's fine, says Tom. Warning lights flash as scans identify the gigantic ship under construction. It's the 2nd rebel flagship. Okay, no, there's another one. Okay, it's a different flagship. This must be the secret shipyard where the first one was built, and you've accidentally stumbled across it. Even if in its weakened state, the rebel ship powers up. Get ready, you've got a hell of a fight in your hands. This is a 2nd flagship being built. Well, I'm very glad that we get to take it out. I mean, it's only got 2 shields, and it hasn't got... It's got these 2 weapons, and that's it. Like, if I take down these missiles, it can't hit me. To be honest, hack teleporter. I suppose. I mean, and deprive Nit of more kills? But okay, let's hack the teleporter. I mean, do as you wish. Fair enough. Oh, well, they got here anyway. Actually, if I hack the teleporter, presumably that means they can't go back. So now they're trapped in here with us. Oh. No? Wait, what? Okay, hacking the teleporter causes them to beam back mid-teleport, which must be confusing for them. Also, let's actually target my 4th flag. My highest kills when you hack TP sends a crew back. Yes, I saw. My highest kills I had in a crew is like 45. I mean, yeah, presumably that's using like a boarding party crew kill strategy rather than just killing boarders, because yeah, you're not going to get 45 boarders. Okay. Right, is that? Yeah, okay, that weapon is offline. I can't tell, there's so many red circles and yellow circles over it. Yeah, this is just 3 laser shots, so yeah, the flagship can't hit me now, right? Yeah, okay. That was not a difficult fight, on account of I have 4 flags. And it's easy mode. I guess, oh, somebody teleported in right at the end. I guess on hard mode, that fight is probably a lot harder. Hello there. Let's fight you. Ooh. Hey, look. You'll never guess what weapon we just got. That fight is still pretty easy, says Tom. While the second flagship was not yet finished, it doesn't make the battle any less of a victory, and you've crippled the rebel fleet's strength considerably. While you don't overstay your welcome, you quickly salvage choice bits of metal, drones, and even an unusual object or two from the wreckage, and prepare to jump. Fleet delayed by 2 jumps, and yes, we've... This really what makes me want to mod in a 5th weapon attachment point. I'll even pay for the power to upgrade it. The whole ship is going to be flat guns at this point. And yes, achievement unlocked, Federation Cruiser Quest. So even though I already had the ship unlocked, I still got the achievement. As you are leaving, you detect an interesting Federation ship signal. Apparently, the rebels were reverse engineering the advanced weaponry on a prototype Federation cruiser. You don't know how they captured the ship intact, but you program its FTL drive to return the ship to the nearest Federation base. You just hope it gets there unharmed. I have modded an 8-slot ship with 8 advanced flags. That sounds fun. Is there 5 weapon slot in Multiverse? I never played it. Who needs thrusters, flat guns, for an alternative? Yeah, just fire the flat guns out the back. Okay, these boarders do actually stay behind. If I move you now, I think Nit gets the kill. Don't worry about that beeping noise. I wanted Nit to get to max combat level. I mean, there's 6 out of 8 on the second bar, so they've killed 14, which means they're going to be the new crew record on the stats screen. So it's okay no matter what. He also healed you. Let me heal you. Basically Fed C on steroids. Yes. Okay. Back. Well, we have a spare one, you know, just in case. Kind of running out of things to upgrade. Let's assume I get buffers in these systems. And maybe another point of 45. Sorry. Yeah, but 25% dodge, so 45% evasion. After that, it's diminishing returns because you only get 3% per upgrade. So get that. I've still got scrap left. Fine, let's just like put a extra point in everything. There we go. That's about as maxed out as a ship can be, I think. Technically, if you have 4 flak 2s, 4 advanced flaks, a pre-igniter and 8 weapon slots, you can fire 40 flak projectiles. Yes. Nothing like one-shotting the flagship. Okay, we've still got most of this sector to go as well. Because the fleet is delayed 2 jumps, so... let's have a look at this distress. You follow the distress beacon to a tiny asteroid belt. You find a small ship struggling to maneuver through the field. Helm to offer assistance. Yeah, why not? Okay. You try your best, but one stray rock hits a key structure in their ship. It breaks apart in front of your eyes. You salvage what you can before leaving and try not to think about the lost crew. Running out of things to spend money on. Nit says, I'm going to leave for a bit. I'll try to be back to the flagship. Yeah, we are getting close to the flagship. I will spend as long on this sector as I can, even though I really don't need to at this point. Ooh, it's a pulsar thingy. You arrived at an infrequently used beacon close to a pulsar. Before long, a rebel ship happens to jump nearby. Looks like you'll have to fight. Basically, the only thing we don't have that would be nice to have is weapon pre-igniter. And I have been checking every store for it. But, you know, a run can't have everything, right? We do have flak go blur, which is all we could really ask. Okay, that took down our med bay and our shields. Their weapons are down though, aren't they? Yeah, so we don't really care that the shields are down. Okay, there we go. Jump away before... I don't want to jump with only one shield, but it's going to iron again, so... It could iron our weapons, it would be worse. Okay, there's a store there. I'll go through some nebula beacons to get to the store. Okay, yeah, we do jump into this fight with our cloak and our shield half ironed. Yeah, that would actually be worth cloaking to, I think. If they get these weapons off when I've got no shield. Let's go here just to make sure they can't escape. Oh wait, no, I forgot. Haha, I forgot. I have 2 Zoltan in the shield room. I have 2 Zoltan in the shield room. I am immune to being completely ironed. Okay, so that's good because I would have discovered that trick myself, even if it hadn't been told to me. Whoops. Okay. I perhaps should have actually cloaked there. It's no big deal, but yeah. They could actually pierce my shield because they had the big beam weapon, that has shield piercing, which I forgot it was a thing. But it's fine. We're going to another store anyway. Yeah, I was like, they can't touch me, I have shields. And it's like, well, that's not actually true. You have 1 shield. Okay. Right, I can't visit this one, unfortunately, but I can go here and then this way. So I'll do that. Matcha Catcher, hello. Thank you for redeeming Autumn Gentian as your flower of the day. We are just coming up on the end of one of the more amazing FTL runs we've had. Not only have we done 2 more quests to unlock 2 more ships, well, one of the ships we already had, but we've done 2 more quests. And we somehow have 4 flak guns as our weaponry. Okay, these nebula beacons are proving to all be empty, which is disappointing. You jump in the middle of a plasma storm, multiple recently incapacitated ships loom in the shadows, manually search the wreckage for survivors and equipment, avoid the risk and wait to jump away unscathed, or, because of our piloting system, I guess, have your pilot carefully explore the debris. Within the ship graveyard, you find one ship that seems relatively untouched. On board, you find an unconscious passenger and take him back to the ship. Once awake, they offer to join your crew in thanks. Well, unfortunately, our crew is full. We managed to acquire 1 of every alien, and then a second Zoltan that's like max skill and everything. So I'm terribly sorry to Matcha Catcher here. But we're going to have to leave you behind. Sorry, that was me naming them and then immediately dismissing them. Oh, our oxygen isn't on. And our engine isn't on. I love how the half-power reactor turns off the things that you actually need. So, Matcha Catcher, congratulations on the fastest, the shortest crew member career of all time. You didn't even make it through 1 sector. It's fine. Matcha, next run I do, you can have a crew member named after yourself for free. Thank you for redeeming drink water, Tom. I do actually need that. I also don't have any, so I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I have drunk water. Thank you, I did actually need that. It's very hot here at the moment. Oh. Harry is occupying the chat by running through his extensive selection of wiggly notes. Okay, I have enough money for weapon pre-igniter. This is possibly the last chance to get it. And no. Right, we don't need more crew, we don't need weapons, because we have the perfect weapons already. I mean, we have 2 free augmentation slots and nothing to spend money on. I feel like we might as well do something with our augment slots. This one is redundant because we have a slug. This one is redundant because we're not going to want to jump away. We get repaired for free at the start of Sector 8. We're not going to run out of fuel, we get refueled. I'll sell my 5th flak one. Just because... I mean, I could try and get a 4th shield bubble, but the problem is... if I got a 4th shield bubble, I wouldn't actually want to use it because I have stuff to use all my power on and I can't upgrade power any further. Lifeform scanner just in case a nebula somehow appears in the boss fight and if the slug somehow dies. Here, let's upgrade the sensors. Not the 5th flak, that was essential, says Tom. Don't tell me there's a secret quest that requires you to have 5 flak weapons on your ship. 4 equipped and 1 in storage. Right, I've upgraded sensors in case the slug dies. And I think that really is everything we need now. Okay. What difficulty is this run? This is on easy difficulty matcher, which I think I'm getting pretty comfortable with, as you can tell by the fact I have pretty much maxed out ship here. I will definitely try to beat the game on normal on stream before I move on to a different game. I have been doing a series of runs on easy, one with each ship, just to unlock all the ships. And I will probably continue that until I have done all of them. You have an asteroid belt. Discover a rebel automated scout has been stationed here. Prepare for a fight. So yeah, I can even see enemy weapon charge now, thanks to my upgraded sensors. Right, how? Yeah, we have a drone, we have asteroids, and we have weapons. Yeah, I think I probably need to cloak through their weapons. Unless this takes them out. Ah, whoops, okay. I was just like, is that going to take out their weapons? And then they fired, and the answer was no. But now they are down. No, not the artillery beam. It's the most important part of the whole thing. It's by far the most important piece of the operation. Ooh! Ooh, we got to... Oh! I'd forgotten about that achievement. Okay, we got the achievement for going across an entire enemy ship with a beam weapon, which I was going to do, because on a Rebel Scout station, automated station thing, that's really easy, because the ship's just 5 rooms. But I didn't even have to do it. The artillery beam did it for me. Hello, Vibe Raider! So good to see you. I hope you're having a good week. Don't forget to redeem your flower of the day if you would like one. Eltbagger says, not really easy in name. Only RNGs can still mess up a run. I think somebody of Nit or Tom's skill level could win on easy basically 100% of the time. But yeah, this is not an easy game, and in FTL is not an easy game. Normal difficulty is hard, hard difficulty is very, very hard. Even Tom only has a 90% win rate on hard. Thank you for redeeming Purple Toadflax as your flower of the day, Vibrator. You arrive in the middle of a plasma storm, despite the harsh conditions of Rebel Scout. We're waiting for you. Indeed they are. Okay, they have... The only weapon they've got powered is a Burst Laser 2, so 3 points of shield, and I should be invincible to them. So, let's see if we can't have all 4 flex online. There we go. So the half power thing does work against the enemy as well as against you. I don't think you want to fight my Zoltan. I think you'd rather fight this Mantis. Although that's going to unpower my shields. Well, now one of them is targeting the Mantis. I could move them back in again. Okay, that's the weapon down. Now I don't need to worry about shields. Zoltan are quite squishy. They have less health than anyone else, and I would not like them to die. I think Nit probably does need some backup to deal with 2 people at once. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I need to get 2 more kills with Nit, so let's move you out of there. And then once Nit's healed a bit... Oh, they've teleported back! Damn it. I wanted to get 2 more kills with Nit. It's fine. No surrenders. Bye-bye. Right, oxygen back on. The good thing about having upgraded oxygen is I can refill my ship more quickly with oxygen as well. Oh, the Zoltan were powering the medbay. I was like, medbay's already powered. And then I moved the Zoltan out of it. Okay, everybody go back. I do want to heal you, but to heal you, I have to not have anyone else in the medbay because otherwise you'll drain the oxygen. There we go. Yeah, upgraded medbay is also faster healing, which is nice. Mike says even on easy, it's at least theoretically possible to have a force loss. 95% win rate. Yes, but Tom is literally as good as it's possible to be at this game, I think. Right, getting to the exit. I can go here and then here. So let's do that. Let's turn our weapons back on. Turn everything back on. Go. Actually, should I shoot this to not get... I will pay attention to the cloak this time. Stop missing! Okay, we did manage to delay the enemy FTL. That's the important part. There we go. There are better players, notably Mike, although he is known for challenge runs rather than win streaking. Yes, he certainly seems to have an extremely in-depth knowledge of the game. And I'm sure knows the wiki off by heart as well. I did a challenge run earlier, actually, says Tom. Okay. This drone isn't looking for you. Perhaps it's scouting ahead for the Rebel expansion, or maybe they're seeking to use this nebula for cover. Regardless, it identifies you as hostile. Well, I identify you as not having any shields. So... was a brief fight. Mike says, I've not done formal win streaking for a long time, but I also haven't lost a regular run in 7 years. That's quite impressive. Assuming you have played, it's not just, oh, well, I haven't played the game in 7 years. That is extremely impressive, Mike. You find a space station for travellers. Browsing through its listings, you find a tavern full of mercenaries for hire. Do I want to hire somebody that I can't hire because I'm already full? No. Okay. I was just barely managed to squeeze one more beacon in before the exit. I lost a run 3 days ago, says Tom. Yes. I definitely think hard mode is, yeah, not possible to 100% win. This is interesting. So, I'm an engineer by trade, and I could try to improve your reactor if you have any extra supplies. You can try all you like, but I'm fairly sure it's maxed out. I am curious what they do if you agree to this trade. Right. Could not upgrade the reactor, it's maxed. So they literally just scam you out of 4 missiles and 2 drones. Okay. Lesson learned. Don't press that button if your reactor is already maxed. That's 4 missiles less for Harry G the 8th to sell at the end of the run. Also, we have 304 scrap. I can definitely get 1 more point into the engine. Tom says, my challenge was I can only use stuff I've seen on an enemy. Oh, interesting. This applies to weapons, shield level, extra systems, and drones. Yeah, interesting. Are you allowed to use your starting weapon on the ship you start with, even though you've not seen an enemy with it? That would still be difficult, though. We tried to reach you about your reactor's extended warranty, says Matt. Okay, you're not allowed to. Oh, wow. Okay, so if you start with the Kestrel, you're not allowed to use the Burst Laser 2 until you see an enemy with a Burst Laser 2. Wow, yeah, okay, that's pretty difficult. I suppose hacking longer is actually good. I mean, let me spend more on reactor. I suppose this would be the reason I should have bought the backup battery, I guess. Can the backup battery go beyond your normal reactor power? I guess it can. But if I had a backup battery, I wouldn't be able to have hacking. So, yeah. Okay. Final sector. Provides an extra 2 power or 4 upgrade. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That would be the way to somehow power even more stuff. We have a very rich family, says Harry. You arrive at an outpost close to the Federation base. Your access code, get past internal security. Who are you? Explain your mission. Potential counter to rebel technology. Yeah, we have literally already blown up their other flagship. And now we're going to blow up this one. Your current outpost can provide some repairs and fuel. Other repair stations provide aid as well. I don't think we need it, but... Okay. Well, I'll try and get to this repair beacon and maybe come here, and then if we really need one halfway through, we can maybe go there. Tom says, first run I ran into a zero shield auto ship in a solar flare and an Artemis and got wrecked. Second run was the complete opposite. Yeah. Imagine doing that challenge on Roxy. I don't want to, thank you. Federation ships are scarce in this region of space. Despite a number of civilian space stations, you see a small bomber squadron engage with some Federation scouts and quickly move in to assist. Good. Right, Nick might be able to get a kill here. Would be nice. Actually, I'm wondering whether to soften them up with the vacuum of space first, but probably not. Right, let's shoot them. It's always good to shoot the enemy, I find. Personal preference. And then, once they're harmless, I should try and take down the teleporter, but they can't teleport back. I get Bruno out of there. Yes, okay. Nick got the last hit on both of those, so Nit is now leveled up to maximum combat strength. That was the point of all those shenanigans. Congratulations, Knit. You can cloak to keep borders on your ship. Interesting. I guess you'd have to time it right, though, because as soon as you see them start to teleport away, it's too late. Or just blow up their ship before they go back. That also works. Yes, I find that option to be quite fun. I suppose we keep engines at max. Yeah, so 51% evasion. You can get more. You can get 55% evasion. The main return trigger is when one of them goes below 25% health. Yes. Yeah, they always seem to teleport out just as you're about to get the kill. Really don't need to spend my scrap on anything. Have some better doors. And a better med bay. And better sensors. I've never seen this icon for the doors before. This is like, because the doors, you get normal doors, blast doors, improved blast doors, and then super blast doors if you fully upgrade doors and have someone stand in them. Which I guess then there's no way a border's getting through those. Oh, a store. Damn it, I should have saved the scrap for the store. What if it had weapon pre-igniter? Knit is back. Good. I forgot you can get stores in Sector 8. Have you played Oxygen Not Included, says Vibrator. No, but it does look interesting. It's definitely on my list to check out. Emma is an idiot. Emma freely admits she is an idiot. Do I have time? I don't think I have time. No. What can I sell? Why can't I sell crew members? I can sell these for 54. Oh, that's close. Yeah. That's 113. So I just need to get some scrap. So if I, no, hang on. If I go here, flagship waits, I go here, flagship jumps, I go here 2 turns remaining, I go here 1 turn remaining. Okay. I think I get to the base the same turn that the flagship would destroy it. Which I'm guessing counts. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would make it. This would be a bit of an anticlimactic run if it ended with me losing just because the flagship. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I messed up. I wasn't thinking straight. I should have took the southerly beacon. Oh, great, weapons hacked. That's exactly what I needed. Let me cloak this. I don't think I needed to, but better be safe than sorry. Also, this fight had better give me some scrap, otherwise I'll be disappointed. See the artillery beam coming into its own. They can't hack that and weapons at the same time. Don't forget to not fire instants for phase 1 due to cloak. Yes, I will. Okay, right, yes, that's enough scrap. Okay, the store is still there. Emma freely admits she's an idiot. In this specific case, I forgot that you could get stores in Sector 8. It just slipped my mind. Otherwise, like, the entire game, I've been floating 120 scrap at every store in case I get pre-igniter, and the one time I don't. Okay. So we don't have the ion protection, but we do have 2 Zoltans in shields, which is kind of ion protection. We can also upgrade something else. Let's get more O2. Actually, no, more cloak is going to be more important. I really don't want cloak taken out. Okay. People are doing things in chat. Vibrator says, found oxygen not included recently, full price, currently addicted. Yes, very close to literally being maxed out. I mean, 180 scrap plus 120 or so. Actually still 400 scrap to max out everything because I didn't take the top shield and engine upgrades. But yes, very close. Okay, I think we get back to this flagship in time. 3 turns till the base is destroyed. Okay. But I don't have time to go here for a quick repair. I do have to jump right in and fight the flagship. I also need to get past this fight. I've never actually seen this before. I can see where the enemy is spending their power. This is like the max upgraded sensors. So if you fully upgrade sensors and have someone standing in them, you get to see the enemy is not using any of their weapons. I suspect that will change as soon as I click continue. Ah yes, the enemy is fully powering everything. They have a pretty good reactor. They have 4 shields as well, actually. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, they have 26 points of reactor. How many do I have? 6? 27. Okay. Enemies can always power everything outside plasma storms. Yeah, it's just... Oh, sorry, yeah, piloting is a subsystem. Yeah, so 24. So their reactor is almost as upgraded as, like, max human player upgrade. Unfortunately for them, I can shoot immediately, so none of your weapons are going to change. Oh. Or I could miss almost everything. And their weapons do get to charge. Oh, also the anti-ship battery is firing. I've just noticed that. Is a thing that's happening. Oh, I can just jump. I don't need to dodge the anti-ship battery. I can just jump. Wait, is my... Oh crap, my cloak's on cooldown for the flagship fight now. Emma, you told yourself you'd be nice to yourself and not insult yourself, but you did just jump to the flagship with your cloak on cooldown. I actually think they get an extra reactor with shield buffer due to how the enemy generation works. Interesting. No, Tom, it's something I've been trying to work on. This is it, the Rebel flagship. If you're able to destroy this monstrosity, the Federation fleet will have a chance of surviving. There's no turning back. Okay. So, first thing we do is sit here. What? No! Not the artillery beam! Not our secret weapon. First thing we do is sit here and wait for the cloak to wear off. Then we immediately shoot them. Should I go for the missiles on the grounds that I won't have a cloak available? And of course, every shot missed. Does just focus shield every single time. That would be the normal strategy. I fully agree, Nit. It was only because they... Actually, the cloak might be back. But yeah, it was just to stop them firing the missiles. Okay. Cloak was back just in time. I will focus shield every time. By the way, Zoltan's saving me on still having 1 shield at the moment. And I was looking forward to using the artillery beam against the flagship. But it would appear that I don't get to do that. Ow. Okay, almost no damage but not quite. Okay, can't quite afford another upgrade. Do I try and get to a repair while the flagship's jumping away? No, I don't have time because of the timer countdown. Okay, I just need to wait here. Not one cycle, sad, with a different hacking, it would have been one cycle. Yes, with my... it's fine, I'll wait here. Yeah, see, I would have jumped there and it would have gone anyway. So I wouldn't have got the chance. I shall wait. You had time. Well, yeah, but the beacon disappeared. Okay, if I lose by 2 points of damage, I'll be annoyed, but hopefully I don't. Oh wait, cloaking is still... Oops. I did not notice that cloaking was still down. Let me fix that. There's no borders this time, are there? No, so I don't need to have doors armoured. Let's just target shields again. Oh, there's the boarding drone. I forgot about the boarding drone. Full shield hit, just put auto fire. Fair enough. We have a boarding drone on board. Okay, in that case, we probably do want someone on doors. Nit, you're now on doors. You go and stand in a room on your own. Let's have the drone take out our sensors and then try and get through these super blast doors. Okay, that was some good flak hits. Artillery beam is actually going to go off this time. Hello. And did. That's the first time I've beat it before it got its drone attack off. That's nice. Okay. And yeah, the boarding drone just disappears. Let's send you, I guess I'll have you repair it since you don't mind the lack of oxygen. That's why you definitely don't need to think about what to aim. Yes, that's true. I may have underestimated just how good Flak 1 is. I mean, it's basically as good as Burst Laser 2 at taking out shields, which is the best weapon in the game. So, yeah, the only thing better than this would be 4 Burst Laser 2s, because then you could aim them. Right, I didn't forget to repair anything this time. I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait. Hacking mind control could be good to remove stress, though anything goes. There are even better setups technically. I'm sure there are even better setups. I don't doubt that. You're not certain how it's able to keep fighting with the amount of damage it's sustained. It looks like it's transferred power to the teleporter as well as some kind of super weapon. Be prepared, this is it. Okay. Auto fire the shields. Double glaive hacking pre-igniter is the best one I've got. Don't know if it's possible to get even better. But nothing like quad burst 2, that's special. Yes. Who is mind controlled? One of the Zoltan is mind controlled. That's not the worst possible option, but I need to take out the Zoltan shield before I can hack. Yes, I do remember that now. Where are the borders coming? There. Okay. You know what? Nit's already got his gold medal in combat. So let's use our blast doors for a bit. I just need to make sure our Zoltans don't kill each other. Okay, Zoltan's shield is still up. Don't want Nit to fight the Zoltan because he'll just kill him. That would be bad. Okay, so we only have 2 shields. It's probably better to have max shields until they get destroyed anyway. Okay, Zoltan shield down, launch hacking drone at mind control, cloak through missiles. Okay, borders finally got through. Actually turn on the. There we go. Right, Zoltan shield is back up. Zoltan back in here. Extra point of power into engines. No, I really don't want you in my cloak. I'm going to have to bring Knit in for this. How did they get through this door so quickly? I must have missed something. The music is banging. The music is banging, I agree. Oh, I didn't cloak through the super weapon. Whoops. That was a mistake. And I sold the fire suppression augment. I'll do that. Okay. The flagship just killed one of its own crew members with a missile. That was nice going there. Literally one more hit and they are dead. So I think we should be fine. Yes. Okay. Before Nick got the chance to kill the remaining boarders. Congratulations to Harry G, the 8th, Nit, the RE77, the Doctor, Evelyn, Stargazer, Bruno, and Zaphod, successfully piloting the Heart of Gold to another easy difficulty victory. That was a pretty maxed out one, though. I really enjoyed that one. Yes, Exodia ship. And we unlocked, we completed 2 more quests. We unlocked 1 more ship. So, that was worth it. It wasn't impossible, just incredibly unlikely. Yes, exactly. It was the improbability drive on the Heart of Gold. It was the improbability drive that gave us 4 flaks and a pre-igniter. I'm sure of it. Okay, congratulations, you did some stuff. Okay, finally we got a new high score. I was wondering if it would be enough, because previously our high score, this Zinnia run, that was on normal, so higher score, but we didn't win. This is the one where we died on the 3rd phase of the flagship. 4617 is more than I got in a hard run earlier. Yeah, that is a big score. Probably because we defeated more ships, explored more beacons, collected more scrap, killed more people, and survived more jumps than ever before. I like how the most jumps survived is surely a 4-way tie between all 4 of our starting crew members. But it's given it to Harry G, the 8th, and I'll be honest, probably nobody is more deserving of it. Pretty sure you bested my beacon counts, isn't it? I did do a lot of beacons. I had to fight the rebels off at the exit 3 times, I think, and I got a lot of nebulas. And I delayed them 2 jumps with the quest. So yeah, my previous best beacons was 100, so I squeezed 11 more in there. 2 generations on the leaderboard, exactly. Still nobody beating Harry's 37 repairs. Or skill masteries. I guess the quest Zoltan that you get that has max skills in everything, which would be 12 masteries, I am guessing doesn't count because they didn't earn those masteries while they were in your crew. They just spawn in with them. So yeah, no 12, no Zaphod with 12 masteries. Tom is sharing his highest ever score run. 67 ships, 111 beacons, and 2,603 scrap on hard mode for 7,564 score. Yeah, so just for reference, you get less scrap on normal than on hard. Sorry, you get more scrap on normal than hard, and even more scrap on easy than on normal. So beating this scrap total on hard is definitely quite an achievement. Tom has also... your most beacons is 112. Interesting. I'm only one beacon short of your most. Because I could have got one more. Well, I could have got more than one more. I could have jumped... I could have jumped between flagship fights. I mean, there was no reason to, but I could have. In order to get more beacons explored. Maximising sectors and taking 1 or 2 dives to get out of sectors. No fleet cheese. Fair enough. Well, now I have a new goal. Try and get 112 beacons explored in a future run. We also did get this achievement. My face cam is in the way. Slice and dice. Hit every room of the ship with at least 1 beam in under 5 seconds, which I didn't even do. The artillery beam did it for me. Well, obviously that's our ship best. But we did get the Master of Patience achievements on the ship as well. And since we are well overdue the end of the stream, that is where I'll be leaving it today. However, I did unlock the Zoltan Cruiser, which I think will probably be our next run. So you start with 3 Zoltans, halberd beam, and a missile launcher. Outdated and weak, but can still be effective. Okay, so to start with, you have to use that to get the shields down, I guess, and then this. And yeah, I guess you start with not much reactor power, but you do start with 3 Zoltans. So yeah, that will be interesting. Halberd can go through 1 shield. Yeah, so the very first fights, Halberd can go through 1 shield. That's true. Until you get 2 shield enemies. And you start with one of the best augments in the game, which I'm again blocking with my face cam. Silly me. You start with a Zoltan shield. So an unexplainable technology creates this nearly impenetrable shield. Only the energy outburst from an FDL engine is powerful enough to recharge it. So you get kind of a free volley of weapons before the enemy responds. Okay, we are going to leave things there today, but yeah, that's what we have to look forward to next run. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to Tom, Nit, and Mike for joining me. I feel like I feel like Emma is playing the game here, and I have like a panel of FDL experts judging my every move. But as runs go, I think that was a pretty good one. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you to everyone who redeemed their flowers. Thank you, Izzy, for that resub earlier on. Thank you, Tom Antibago, for keeping me hydrated. It's a pleasure when you're playing well, Mike. Well, I will be back on Sunday at the same time, 6:30 PM UK time. Please subtract hours as appropriate if you are in North America. And I'm going to look for somebody to raid now. El Tobago says thank for stream. Nit says thank for stream. Alex says thank for stream. Matcha says bye and have a great rest of your day. El Tobago says danger drums if you're feeling spicy. Part of Fine Young Gamers of Verdsky Hype Train song fame, or Shy Lily. Stop suggesting Shy Lily. I'm never going there. Yes, danger drums is actually a friend on account of Verdsky being a friend. I have been there before, so it would be nice to go there again. Yes, Verdsky is a streamer friend who does crosswords. and has their own like drum and bass outro song for when they complete the crossword, which was made for them by Danger Drums, who is a musician, drummer, streamer, as their name might suggest. I'll just check who else is live in case I really want to go somewhere. I mean, obviously Nespa is live, but Nespa is always live. Is Danger Drums live? Yes. Let us go in there. So, please do show my love to the one and only dangerous Danger Drums. And let me just copy the raid message in. If you would like to put a raid message in chat, please feel free to copy this one. The first version is going to be for people who are subscribed and have my emotes. Second one, if you don't have my emotes, but feel free to change the emotes to emotes of another streamer, you have a sub or whatever. There we go. Let's get the raid started. Danger Drums. Go. This channel is intended for mature audiences. Well, I'm sure my viewers can handle it. And yes, as I say, I will be back on Sunday, where we will be taking the Zoltan Cruiser for a spin and hopefully unlocking the final, well, last but one ship. Unlocking the Mantis ship, the final one in the normal progression. But until then, thank you everybody for watching. Alice says thank you for streaming, thank you for viewing. And bye for now.